before the August break. And sadly, the outrage will be entirely evidence-free. Don't just take my word for it. In October 2022, before the Republicans took the majority and before any investigation had started, Chairman Jordan said that Secretary Mayorkas deserves impeachment. More recently, he said, quote, "It is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when." That's right. Who needs high crimes and misdemeanors? Chairman Jordan thinks the DHS Secretary should be impeached because he, quote, "deserves it." To be clear, Republicans have not established any legitimate grounds to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. They have not uncovered evidence of wrongdoing or malfeasance of any kind. They have policy disagreements with the Secretary, and so do we. But policy disagreements and personal grudges are not a basis for impeachment. Throughout this hearing, you will hear more of the same bogus claims that we've been hearing for the past 6 months. Some of it dangerous, some of it petty, none of it true. First, Republicans will say that as a result of a, quote, invasion of migrants at our southern border, we no longer have a country. Second, they will say that Secretary Mayorkas opened our borders deliberately and is willfully violating our immigration laws. Third, they will say that all migrants are suspect because they are smuggling drugs, especially fentanyl, across our southern border. And fourth, they will say without evidence that Secretary Mayorkas lied to Congress. Not one of these claims is true. Let's address each one in turn. The invasion narrative some members push in this hearing room is bigoted, fact-free, and dangerous. Next month, we will commemorate the 4th anniversary of the El Paso shooting. In 2019, a domestic terrorist walked into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, and murdered 23 people and injured 22 others. He posted a hateful and racist manifesto online prior to the attack, espousing white nationalist theories like the Great Replacement theory and claiming that there was a, quote, Hispanic invasion. He told investigators that he was targeting Mexicans. We can draw a straight line from the hateful rhetoric we hear from some congressional Republicans to that horrific tragedy. Our words matter. I implore my colleagues to be careful about how we discuss these issues today. And I hope we can stick to the actual facts. Opened our borders? The reality is that Secretary Mayorkas is aggressively enforcing our immigration laws. The administration has issued a new asylum regulation that just yesterday a court determined was too restrictive. The administration has also opened additional legal pathways for migrants to come via refugee processing on a case-by-case parole determination. No matter what you think of these policies, they appear to be working. As of now, border numbers are at their lowest point since February 2021, with border apprehension numbers down 70% from where they were just 10 weeks ago. Further, the Biden administration has deported or expelled over 2.5 million people in the last 2 years. This is nearly as many people as President Obama deported in his entire 8 years in office. These are not the policies of an open border or an administration not executing our laws. They are the opposite. As we have discussed, drugs are, in fact, coming into this country. However, as every expert seems to agree, they are coming largely through ports of entry. And according to CBP's own data, they are being brought in overwhelmingly by U.S. citizens. And lastly, no, the Secretary did not lie to Congress. Nobody believes that Secretary Mayorkas knowingly and willfully misled Congress during last year's testimony. And any assertion to the Congress is flat out false. Thank you for being here today, Secretary Mayorkas. I hope the good men and women of the department will not be disheartened by what they hear today. I have confidence that they will not let these baseless attacks deter them from their commitment to the work that is so essential to the safety of our nation. And with that, I thank the chairman and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness, the Honorable Alejandro Mayorkas. Mr. Mayorkas is Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. He was sworn in on February 2nd, 2021. We welcome our witness and thank him for appearing here today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and to correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and beliefs, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Mr. Mayorkas, you know how this goes. You've done this several times. You get approximately 5 minutes for an opening statement. We know we got your written statement last night. I read through it, but we'll look forward to your remarks, and then we'll go right into questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Nadler, distinguished members of this committee. I'm immensely proud to be here to discuss the work of the United States Department of Homeland Security. Every day, members of our extraordinary workforce, 260,000 selfless, dedicated, and talented public servants across the country and around the world, make sure that travelers reach their destinations safely, protect our shores and harbors, keep fentanyl and other deadly drugs from entering our country, help families rebuild after the devastation of a natural disaster, protect our ability to safely and securely turn on our computers, faucets, and lights, and secure our border despite the broken and outdated immigration system in which we operate. These heroic men and women are meeting challenges that have grown more complex and dynamic throughout the 20 years since our department was established. As the threats have evolved, so too has our department, innovating and advancing as we secure our homeland and keep the American public safe. We are leading an unprecedented effort to interdict the flow of fentanyl into our communities, which has escalated for more than 5 years. We seized nearly 2 million pounds of narcotics last fiscal year. Operations Blue Lotus and Four Horsemen alone stopped nearly 10,000 pounds of fentanyl from the U.S., led to 284 arrests, and yielded invaluable insights into the transnational criminal organizations wreaking this death and destruction on our communities. When our department was created after the tragedy of 9/11, foreign terrorists were our primary terrorism-related focus. While that concern certainly persists, the most prominent terrorism-related threat we now confront is from lone offenders and small groups already present here and radicalized to violence based on ideologies of hate, anti-government sentiments, false narratives, and personal grievances. Thanks to support from Congress, we have developed grant programs and distributed more than $50 million in funds to help communities prevent acts of targeted violence and terrorism. Our approach to managing the borders securely and humanely, even within our fundamentally broken immigration system, is working. Unlawful entries between ports of entry along the southwest border have consistently decreased by more than half compared to the peak before the end of Title 42. Under President Biden's leadership, we have led the largest expansion of lawful, safe, and orderly pathways for people to seek humanitarian relief under our laws. At the same time, imposing tougher consequences on those who instead resort to the ruthless smuggling organizations that prey on the most vulnerable. We secured the first increase in Border Patrol agent hiring in more than a decade, and our campaign to disrupt and dismantle human smuggling networks has resulted in the arrest of nearly 14,000 smugglers. We have taken bold and decisive action to counter the cybersecurity threat from nation states like the People's Republic of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and from cyber criminals around the world who target our critical infrastructure and seek to hold schools, hospitals, police departments, and other institutions vital to our daily lives hostage for ransom. We have seen the recent devastation that increasingly severe and frequent extreme weather events have brought to Kentucky, Florida, Vermont, Oklahoma, New York, and many other states. Our department, through FEMA, is working with partners across the federal government to support communities impacted by unprecedented natural disasters and help them strengthen their long-term recovery and resilience through grant funds, technical assistance, and on-the-ground support. This and so much more. The DHS workforce does all of this with honor, integrity, and the resolve to safeguard our people, our homeland, and our values. They perform bravely despite public attacks on their character and service, despite unfair and inadequate pay, and despite, as frontline agents repeatedly tell me, threats made against them and their families. These public servants deserve better. Supporting the men and women of DHS has been my top priority since taking office. We have expanded departmental efforts to solicit and incorporate feedback from personnel across all components and all levels, work to ensure that every employee works in a high-quality facility, made new resources available across the department for employee mental health and well-being, and earlier this week, facilitated long overdue pay fairness for TSA personnel. Our department and this Congress need to work together as partners to address the threats and challenges America faces. We must fix our broken immigration system, fund the continuing protection of local communities, disrupt and dismantle transnational criminal organizations, and implement the latest technologies to advance our mission. Americans are safer today on the border, in the air, at sea, across the country, and around the world because of the Department of Homeland Security. Serving with the personnel of DHS is the greatest honor of my life. I look forward to continuing to work together on their behalf, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair now yields to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Mr. Secretary, what is the maximum number of illegal migrants you believe we should admit into this country?
Congressman, it is our responsibility to enforce the laws that Congress has passed, and that is indeed what we are doing. Individuals who do not have—
So is there a limit, yes or no?
Congressman, individuals who make a claim for relief under our laws and who do not succeed—
You've already released more than 2.1 million illegal immigrants into this country since you took office. That's a population the size of the state of Nebraska. While the Border Patrol has been consumed by taking names and changing diapers at the border, 1.5 million known gotaways have illegally entered the country as well. That's an additional illegal population the size of the state of Hawaii. So once again, I would ask you, what is the limit, or is there one?
Congressman, last year we expelled or removed approximately 1.4 million people who did not have a legal basis to remain in the United States, the largest number in recent history.
Well, actually, you testified that 72,000 illegal migrants were removed in 2022. But in 2019, there were 267,000 removals. So removals are down under your administration by more than 75%. Meanwhile, in 2019, there were 458,000 border encounters, yet under your policies, we're now up to 2.3 million encounters. That's 5 times as many. So while encounters were up 5 times, removals are down by 75%. How do you account for this?
Congressman, a few points. Number one, our approach of expanding lawful pathways for people to reach the border and delivering consequences for those who arrive at our border irregularly is working. The number has dropped. You will also recall, Congressman, that last year, Title 42, the Public Health Authority, was in place, and under that authority, we could not remove individuals, but expel them.
Again, I'm short on time. You announced the CB1 app this year. It allows migrants to bypass the southern border and enter directly into the United States at ports of entry. This program began with up to 1,000 illegal migrants a day. It's been amped up to as many as 1,500 a day. That's more than 540,000. That's the population equivalent of adding a new state of Wyoming every single year. That's why the numbers are dropping. Instead of them coming in through the southern border, you're bringing them directly into ports of entry. So please don't dissemble. Now, I've got a very important concern for the people of my region. In January, a family of 6 people were executed in the rural town of Goshen. That's not far from my district. According to the Tulare County Sheriff, it was a cartel hit. The victims ranged from age 72 down to a 10-month-old who was shot in his mother's arms. 2 weeks ago, the FBI director warned us in this committee that the open border is a huge driver of cartel presence in the United States. Those were his words, huge driver. The Jalisco New Generation cartels now established hubs in Los Angeles, Denver, Phoenix, and Chicago. Millions have fled from Mexico to escape these conditions, and the cartels have followed them into the United States. So how long before we can expect the same kind of gun battles here as have become routine in Mexico?
Congressman, we are taking it to the transnational criminal organizations, the cartels that peddle in death and destruction, to an unprecedented degree.
They're following the mass migration into this country. That's what the FBI director told us.
We have a number of lawful investigative actions and operations that are disrupting and dismantling those transnational criminal organizations.
Director Wray also testified that we have no idea how many terrorists are among the 1.5 million known gotaways that have entered under your policies, but that there's been a significant increase in terrorists apprehended at the border. When your administration abandoned Afghanistan, it released 5,000 terrorists that were being held at Bagram. 10 days later, one of them killed 13 U.S. Service members at Kabul airport. Ray said, we don't know where the other 5,000 are, but it's clear to me that we are in growing danger of a coordinated terrorist attack because of your policies. Have you given any thought to how you're going to explain yourself when that happens?
Congressman, the safety and security of the American people is our highest priority. That is what is the genesis of the creation of the Department of Homeland Security.
Obviously, it is not your highest priority. The numbers speak for themselves.
It most certainly is, Congressman.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Secretary, I want to address some of the outlandish claims my colleagues have made and put them to rest at the outset of this hearing. My Republican colleagues claim that the border is open. Is the border open, Mr. Secretary?
No, it is not.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The border is not open, and to say so is not only false, but is really an insult to the brave men and women of the Border Patrol who work every day to keep us safe. Next, Mr. Secretary, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been extremely focused on an exchange you had with Mr. Roy the last time you appeared before this committee. They claim that you lied to the committee about whether we have operational control of the border. The Homeland Security Committee even wrote about it in phase 1 of their investigation into potential impeachment. It is my understanding that DHS and its components use different definitions of the term operational control. For example, the U.S. Border Patrol previously defined operational control as the ability to detect and interdict illegal activity. CBP, in their 2020 U.S. Border Patrol strategy, defined operational control as, quote, the ability to perceive and comprehend the operating environment, mobilize assets, infrastructure, and barriers to prevent criminal activity and respond to and resolve any illicit cross-border incursions, close quote. Furthermore, in a May 2023 transcribed interview, Chief Patrol Agent Aaron Heitke of the San Diego sector affirmed that, quote, Border Patrol has operated under different definitions of operational control than what is listed in the Secure Fence Act. So, can you describe what happened in that exchange last year?
Ranking Member Nadler, the Congressman did not allow me to complete my answer. The Secure Fence Act, specifically the statute, defines operational control as not having one individual cross the border illegally. Under that statutory definition, no administration has achieved operational control. Last year, we had approximately 1.7 million different individuals cross the border, the southwest border. And so under that definition, no administration, under the Secure Fence Act, no administration has achieved operational control, and we have provided data with respect to the number of encounters experienced at the southwest border every month to Congress.
Lastly, my Republican colleagues claim you are abusing your authority. However, Congress gave the executive branch wide latitude over immigration laws, including writing a provision in the Immigration and Nationality Act that allows for individuals to be paroled into the United States for urgent humanitarian or public benefit purposes. For more than 70 years, administrations of both parties have used parole for categories of people. Some of my colleagues have criticized these programs, as well as the ones recently implemented by the Biden administration for Haitians, Venezuelans, Cubans, Nicaraguans, alleging that parole is not being granted on a case-by-case basis. Is that particular criticism accurate, Mr. Secretary?
Congressman, I very well know in my 22 years of federal service, including 12 years as a federal prosecutor, that we are a nation of laws, and I take our obligation to follow the law scrupulously. I adhere to it strictly. Our parole authority is being used consistent with the law. It is a discretionary authority that the statute provides. We exercise it on a case-by-case basis, and our parole program has at least 3 significant benefits. Number 1, it has driven down the number of encounters at the southwest border. Number 2, it allows us to screen and vet individuals before they arrive at the southwest border. And 3, and very importantly, we are cutting out the smuggling organizations that wreak such tragedy and trauma on the lives of vulnerable individuals.
It appears to me that the administration is merely saying certain categories of people are eligible to be considered for parole. Is that correct?
Yes, we evaluate parole on a case-by-case basis.
But adjudicators still conduct a case-by-case determination to see if the grant of parole is appropriate. You just said that. And this is very much in line with the historical use of parole by administrations of both parties?
To my knowledge, yes, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Isa.
Mr. Secretary, we've known each other for a long time, including your time as a U.S. attorney. I'm going to ask you some tough questions, and they go back all the way to that time and before. Was the immigration system, well, you said it in your opening statement, it was broken. Was the immigration system broken when you were a U.S. attorney?
Congressman, it is broken. It has been broken for as long as I can remember.
And does broken include the fact that there's virtually no penalty for being a coyote or for entering this country illegally, that for all practical purposes it's a slap in the hand, and that U.S. attorneys historically have a difficult time justifying their time when in fact it's a revolving door for people who come into this country illegally and the coyotes who bring them? Isn't that one of the challenges you face?
Congressman, if you are referring to my time as a federal prosecutor,
no, I'm not referring to you personally. I'm referring to the broken immigration law. You said it was broken. I agree it was broken. I agree that it's broken today. But I just want to make sure that for the record, we get into what's broken. And I asked you a specific question. You might remember the dismissal of Carol Lamb when she said that it just wasn't worth prosecuting coyotes who weren't carrying weapons because they were going to be back out in weeks. So isn't one of the problems that there is no real penalty for human trafficking, and there certainly is virtually no penalty for coming here illegally?
There are penalties for immigration violations. Title 8 of the United States Code, Section 1324, deals with smuggling.
Right, and isn't it true that within if you come here illegally, you're going to essentially be sent back out of the country in a very short period of time, and if you traffic without weapons or drugs, you're going to be removed again. Let me go on to something else. Broken immigration system. Isn't one of the biggest parts of the broken immigration system the part that we've all been talking about, at least on this side of the dais? The fact that if you present yourself at the border and make a claim, one often that has been taught to you by your smugglers, taught to you by NGOs, if you make a claim, more than 9 out of 10 of those claims are false, you will get into the country and you will be here for an extended period of time. Isn't, in fact, a system that allows the vast majority of people making a claim to be lying, to be knowingly giving you a false story, one that after adjudication is proven to be false, isn't letting them in the country inherently part of our broken system?
Congressman, let me...
That was a yes or no.
No, let me...
Give me a yes or no and then give me the rest.
Congressman, I respectfully disagree with your data, the statistic you cited, but one of the problems in our broken immigration system is the length of time it takes.
I understand the length of time. Isn't it true that most countries do not simply admit and release people waiting and tell them to come back when they adjudicate them? Aren't we an exception for the most part around the world?
Congressman, we are not alone in some of the infirmities of the immigration system that we have.
So today, as the Chief Security Officer for the United States, would you say that it is reasonable to release people for months or years rather than adjudicating them immediately at the border? Isn't it true that if we were doing our job in Congress and you were able to do your job, people would be adjudicated before they came into the United States? Those found to be credible would be admitted. Those not found to be credible would be discarded back to the countries they came from as appropriate.
Congressman, in the absence of congressional action, we have actually issued a regulation, the first of its kind, that has reduced the time between encounter at the border and the final adjudication of an asylum claim.
Okay, for the record, there has been in fiscal year, let's say 20, you had 3 at the southwest border encounters with people on the terrorist watch list. So far this year, it's 140. Can you give us the whereabouts of those 140? Are they all incarcerated? Have they all been removed? Or is it a mixture of incarceration, removal, and release?
Congressman, let me say this. The safety and security of the American people is our highest
So
priority.
prove it to me. What is the status of those 140?
Individuals who present a national security or public safety threat are detained and are
By
priority for
definition,
removal.
Mr. Secretary, if you're on the terrorist watch list, you represent a threat. So 140 people on the terrorist watch list so far this year. For the record, would you please give us the status of each of those individuals so we know what you did with people who were on a terrorist watch list, who were apprehended, many got away, but were apprehended, where they are today so that Congress can know?
Congressman, I would be pleased to provide you with that information with respect to the individuals encountered at the southwest border.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, but could the Secretary answer that question? What is the status of those 140?
Mr. Chairman, I
Mr. Chairman, what is the,
Point of order.
what authority or point of order?
Gentlelady, state a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, under what authority are you speaking right now? Whose time? Whose time is it? Are you being recognized for 5 minutes?
I was just asking what I thought would be a question
Mr.
every
Chairman,
single
it's
member
not-
of Congress would
it's-
want to know.
I don't-
I'll do it on my time or someone else's time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
He had asked the question, and there wasn't an answer to the status of the 140
Mr.
people
Chairman, that
apprehended
he
on
did, the
terrorist
witness
watch list.
provided an answer, and if you
I
want to
don't
use
think
your
he did,
5
but I'll
minutes,
do
I
it on
think
my
that's
time.
great.
That's fine.
Thank
We
you.
recognize the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for being here today and for your service to our country, first as a U.S. Attorney and now as Secretary of Homeland Security. You know, we all know that Congress has not acted in many, many years to update our immigration laws. In fact, it's been really, if you want to take a look at it, we're still operating under the outlines of the 1965 Act, which no wonder it doesn't work that well for the United States of America in 2023. So I'd like to ask first, do you agree that it would be better to have a legal framework wherein people could actually enter the United States with visas and the like, and instead of a mishmash of asylum claims and the like at the border?
Congresswoman, I do. I see other countries with systems that are more advanced than ours that actually can match the need for labor with the supply for labor. And in fact, Canada is one of those countries immediately to the north.
I would just note that the Canadian government has now opened up an official government effort to poach the most educated and the most talented postdocs and doctors in the technology field in Silicon Valley. 10,000 of the best and the brightest applied on the first day. So that is a loss to our country. I'd just like to note that we have a bill, it's a bipartisan bill called the Farm Workforce Modernization Act that would streamline the H-2A program and regularize the status as an agricultural worker visa for farm workers, half of whom are here without their papers. Do you think that would help regularize our situation at the border?
I do, Congresswoman. There are approximately, I believe, 10 million open jobs in need of workers. I hear from executives across this country about the need for labor, and it is proven that lawful labor pathways cause a reduction in the number of irregular arrivals at our border.
I'd just like to touch again, the ranking member has mentioned the use of parole. It's one of the few tools that you have under the existing Immigration and Nationality Act, and I note that it's been used by presidents of both parties over many, many years. President Eisenhower oversaw parole of over 30,000 Hungarian refugees escaping communism. President Ford and President Carter oversaw the parole of hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese fleeing the communists. We have used parole for people fleeing communism in Cuba and fleeing communism in Nicaragua and now fleeing communism in Venezuela. Would you say that the use of parole today by category, but then case by case, is any different what prior administrations have done?
Congresswoman, we have used our parole authority consistent with the law and consistent with past practices of different administrations.
I'd just like to note that, the idea that we should cut off this way to rescue people who are trying to escape from communism today is completely wrong. And contrary to our history as a country, we have always welcomed those who are fleeing from communist oppression going back many decades, and I will strongly object if we turn our back on those refugees from communism today. That would be very wrong. I just want to talk briefly about the refugee process. As we know, in the last administration, basically the refugee program was destroyed. How are we doing in rebuilding the refugee processing, as well as the processing centers in the U.S. and the nonprofits who are helping refugees come into the United States? Can you tell us how we're rebuilding the refugee process?
Congresswoman, we, under the President's leadership, have recommitted ourselves to the refugee process. It is a process that benefited my family in fleeing the communist takeover of Cuba. It is what drove me, quite frankly, to public service, the opportunities that this country provided for my parents, my sister, and me.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, last time you were here, I told you that my constituents consider you a traitor. Today, I'd like to explain why they believe this and ask you a few questions. I'd like to introduce first my constituent, Stephanie Granados. She lives in Loveland, Colorado, with her mother, Monica, and younger brother, Axel. She is 24 years old, bilingual in English and Spanish, a Christian woman who works as a restaurant server and is a loyal friend to those around her. Unfortunately, Mr. Secretary, that's only what I wish I could tell you about Stephanie. Stephanie's dead. A year ago, this young woman was poisoned. She never made it to age 24. Her mother's only glimpse of her now is in old photographs, and her brother misses his older sister. Stories like that are normal conversations in Colorado. Stories like this begin with fentanyl. But where does fentanyl begin? Many times it starts among chemical manufacturing firms in China. Companies like the recently indicted Hebei Sinaloa Trading Company from the Hebei province in China. It manufactures and advertises the drug's ingredients to buyers in Mexico. Using common mail and import fraud tools like forged custom documents and falsely labeled packages, firms ship the product upon purchase to drug dens in cities like Guadalajara. After preparation, these facilities finish the product and smuggle it by truck, by car, and by humans across our southern border. Chopped into counterfeit pills that are pressed to look exactly like legitimate pharmaceuticals or mixed with cocaine or other substances, Americans buy those drugs. And it's like a walking minefield. These illegal drugs are then used to kill American citizens. According to the CDC, over 150 people are dying every day because of synthetic opioids like fentanyl. CDC's National Center for Health Statistics reported 79,770 opioid-involved overdose fatalities in 2022, and over 80% of opioid deaths are attributed to fentanyl. In my home state of Colorado, fentanyl deaths remain near record levels. According to the Denver Post, more Coloradans have died of ingesting the drug in 2022 than overdosed on all drugs in 2016. And according to the Department of Justice's latest report on the subject, 64% of federal arrests involve non-citizens committing crimes, despite them comprising only 7% of the population. Secretary Mayorkas, Can I ask a couple questions and answer them for you before I give you a chance to respond? But is China responsible? I'm sorry. Recently, you spoke at the Aspen Security Forum and stated that China bears responsibility for this. Is China responsible for keeping the southern border open to smugglers? Nope. Is China responsible for the Mexican cartel's emboldened attitude in the American drug trade? Nope. Is China responsible for the impunity of more illegal aliens committing crimes in America? Nope. Is China responsible for the record high 98 aliens on the terrorist watch list crossing the southwest border in 2022? Nope. Is China responsible for the 856 illegal aliens who died while crossing the southwest border last year? No. And that's more than 300 deaths, by the way, than 2021, and more than 3 times as many in 2020. Is China responsible for the 9,200 aliens with criminal convictions crossing the border illegally just this year to date? Nope. Is China responsible for the estimated 1.5 million illegal alien gotaways that crossed the border undetected under your watch? Nope. Is China responsible for the 1.2 million removable aliens who have been told by a judge that they must leave the U.S. but insist on staying? Secretary Mayorkas, it is your responsibility to secure our border against fentanyl trafficking. The fentanyl killing thousands of Americans every year is a direct result of your dereliction. When people die of fentanyl poisoning, it is your fault. What would you say to Stephanie Granados' family if they were here right now?
Congressman, we grieve the loss of any life as a result of the toxicity, the devastation of fentanyl. The challenge of fentanyl is not new. It has been escalating for more than 5 years. I believe there were more than 50,000 overdose deaths from fentanyl in 2020. This is a scourge that all of us have to work together to combat. And we in the Department of Homeland Security, with our federal partners, are taking it to the traffickers to an unprecedented degree through innovative operations targeting criminals. And I stand by my statement at Aspen that China does bear responsibility because many of the precursor chemicals and the pill press equipment that are used to manufacture fentanyl does originate from there. This is a complex problem. We are taking it to the criminals, and I look forward to working with you, Congressman, to address this challenge, which has been only building over many years in this country.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yields back. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. You have repeatedly been before us and indicated your humble beginnings and the passion and commitment in which you serve America and take very seriously your job here as Secretary of Homeland Security. On that basis, I have a number of quick questions that I'm going to ask for a sense of urgency and rapidness so that I can assure that all have been answered. First of all, I want to make clear that this is an oversight hearing, not an impeachment hearing. This is a hearing to address the questions of the work that has been done. And so to that end, just as a factual basis, there's been a lot of hollering about the entry on the border, operational control. And I'm asking for a brief question. We know that the federal government ended Title 42. Have crossings gone down?
Yes, they have. The approach that we have taken, Congresswoman, of expanding lawful pathways, safe, orderly, and lawful pathways for individuals, and at the same time delivering consequences to those who do not take advantage of those lawful pathways.
And part of that
has been working. The challenge, of course, remains.
My numbers suggest 70% that they've gone down, and it also suggests that the Biden administration has put in stricter requirements for asylum. Is that correct?
We did. We are delivering consequences for those who do not take advantage of the lawful pathways.
But you still believe in the humane infrastructure of America that started with the Statue of Liberty and realizing people flee persecution, political dynasties, if you will, that cause violence and a forcing of leaving. Is that part of our thinking here in the country?
Congresswoman, our laws, our refugee laws, our asylum laws are one of our proudest traditions as a country of refuge.
So would you say, having been asked this over and over again, that the United States, the President of the United States, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and all of the hardworking men and women at the border have operational control or have a form of presence, that they are aware of what's going on in the border and that they're working to secure the border every single day.
As we define that term, Congresswoman, we do.
CISA, CISA, excuse me, has been called all things, maybe even not American. Is it an important element of securing elections as it did in the 2020 election, 2022?
The security of elections, our election system is a component of our country's critical infrastructure. To protect the safety, security, and integrity of the election process is a significant priority of this government. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency works very closely with election officials in state and local jurisdictions to ensure the safety and security of the election system.
I have two more questions, and I must quickly move forward. The ADL has indicated that there have been 3,697 anti-Semitic incidences, 36% increase from 2021. What is your department doing to protect the Jewish community? And within the new U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, what kind of commitments have you made? And I have another question, but I think this is extremely important.
Congresswoman, there has been a rise in anti-Semitism in this country, the rise in other ideologies of hate. Our responsibility as the Department of Homeland Security is when there is a connectivity between an ideology, whatever that ideology might be, and violence. It is the prevention of violence that really prompts our engagement with local communities around the country.
Thank you. I want to keep in touch on those issues. We all face communities who are certainly targets of that kind of violence. I want to suggest that immigration is a national and federal authorized responsibility. We see states like Texas and Florida that have spent billions in Texas, that have bused individuals to the vice president's home and to other places. Can you tell me how detrimental in questioning states getting involved in immigration issues, and how confident you feel that you are protecting the American people and incidences like that, including incidences at the border, which I'll put in a record. Texas trooper alleges inhumane treatment of migrants by state officials along southern border. But how you are responding to that responsibility that you have?
Congresswoman, the safety and security of the American people is our highest priority. Law enforcement is most effective when it is executed collaboratively in cooperation.
Time of the
I'd like to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to place into the record the CBS News, July 18, Texas trooper alleges inhumane treatment of migrants by state officials along southern border. And Washington Post, southern border eerily quiet after policy shift on asylum seekers. I ask unanimous consent to place that into the record.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida for 5 minutes.
2 million encounters and releases under your watch. So not including the Title 42 expulsions, not including violent criminals. Of those 2 million plus that you've encountered and released, how many have you told to go home?
Congressman, individuals who are released are placed in immigration enforcement proceedings under the law where they can make their claim for relief. If their claim for relief is not satisfied, they are subject to removal from the United States.
Subject to removal sounds very different than actually removed. So I'm not interested in the process. I'm not interested in what people are subject to. 2 million people encountered and released. Not the expulsions under Title 42, not the criminals. How many of those people have you deported?
So, Congressman, a few points. Number one.
Just how many of the people? I just want to know how many. It's just a number.
Congressman, we are dealing with a completely broken immigration
I get
system.
it. No, Mr. Secretary, I'm not going to let you burn my 5 minutes. Do you know the answer? Do you know the number of people out of that 2 million that you've removed that aren't criminals?
I do know that we have removed more aggravated felons.
Right, I'm not asking about them. I've caveated that away, because here's what I'm sort of getting and what your non-responsiveness is demonstrating. The Mayorkas doctrine is this. If you show up at the border and get released into the country, if you don't commit a specific aggravated felony, which, by the way, doesn't include a lot of assault and battery, doesn't include a lot of bad domestic violence, but if you're not one of the people who commit those crimes, you get to stay forever. Is that a fair characterization of your doctrine?
No, that is false.
Then tell me how many you're sending home.
No, that is false.
Okay, well, but you don't know the number of how many you've sent home. Here's another number. 1.2 million people today have been through your entire process, right? They've been through what you call a removal proceeding is just an amnesty dance. Because after the 1.2 million people get an order from the judge saying that they don't have a basis to be here, you still don't remove them. Like, what's your plan to remove those people?
Congressman, that is false.
Okay, how many of them then? Just give me the number.
Congressman, in this country, there are between 11 and 12 million.
Right, but I'm asking about a
individuals.
subset that you won't send home. And the reason you're smirking about it, and the reason you won't answer my question, is because everybody gets the joke. And the sad thing is, it's not just us here, it's the cartels who get the joke too. And so now, what you've done to execute this Mayorkas doctrine, where so long as you don't commit a crime, you get to stay here and burden our hospitals, burden our schools, burden our social services, burden our jails. You've sent the message to the cartels, and then you've taken this app, and you've digitized illegal immigration, and you've scaled it to the moon. Like, this app that you've got everybody downloading is like the Disney Fast Pass into the country, never to be subject to actual removal, just removal proceedings, as you call them. That app doesn't do any search of their criminal history in their home country, does it?
Congressman, I disagree with everything you have said.
Well, I'm sure, but just answer the question. Does the app that you are out there promoting do any search of people's criminal history in their home country?
Congressman, Customs and Border Protection screens and vets individuals whom they encounter.
Your app,
thoroughly.
it either has the functionality to test their criminal history in their home country, or it doesn't. By the way, if it did, you'd have already told me. It doesn't. And then the other epic failure of this that's empowered the cartels is that in these processing centers you've set up in other countries to just wave them all in at a rapid pace, you've had to shut them down in Nuevo Laredo because the cartels were standing outside extorting people. Isn't that right?
Congressman, that is false.
Oh, really? So why did you shut down that facility in Nuevo Laredo?
Congressman, the point of safe, orderly, and lawful pathways is to reduce the number of encounters at our southwest border.
But wait a second, you've just shifted those encounters, because right now, for the first time in modern history, more people are showing up at the ports of entry than running through some bush in Yuma, Arizona. And the reason they're showing up at the ports of entry is because you've got the turnstile open, where so long as they've gone and downloaded this app, you just let them in. I got one final question for you, and it's an important one. Is Mexico an ally in this fight against illegal immigration?
Yes, it is.
So, I mean, it's hilarious and somewhat troubling that you say that, because, like, I'm looking at the El Chapo trial where President Nieto took a $100 million bribe from the Sinaloa cartel. Do you think that the subsequent presidents following Nieto weren't offered a bribe by the cartel or didn't take the bribe?
Congressman, I disagree with everything you have said.
Right, but you can disagree all you want, but what you won't provide is any number. And when you sit there and just kind of ostensibly disagree without any facts, it shows people what the real gig is. The Mexican government is captive to the cartels. They are doing the bidding of the cartels, and based on your response today, so are you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. Appreciate your service and appreciate your testifying today. Last week, Director Wray sat in the hot seat. By the way, is it still warm, or did you bring some pot holders?
I am prepared to answer the questions of this committee.
Thank you, sir.
Congressman.
Director Wray testified that a lot of the animus that has been conjured up against government in this Congress particularly, but around the country, have given white supremacists the belief that their actions may be justified. And it's hurt morale at his agency, and it's jeopardized the lives of some of his agents. A situation in Cincinnati where a man went out and he didn't kill anybody, but he tried to. He was going to go to the Cincinnati base, and there have been others. Has your division of government, Homeland Security, been affected, the employees' morale been affected by these white supremacist threats and statements? And have you been, any of your agents and sites been the victim of violence?
Congressman, it is the anti-government sentiments and their connectivity to violence that is the subject of my discussions with many of our frontline personnel and the threats that they have encountered as a result.
Has there been any violence directed at any of your sites?
There has, and we have an agency within the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Protective Service, remarkable men and women in uniform who protect federal facilities and the personnel who work in them.
There was a court ruling yesterday, and I didn't get into depth, but I believe it suspended a program that the president, and that includes you, tried to have for border entry and who could come to this country and seek asylum and limit it to some extent, and it was stayed, I believe, by a court. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman, it's the circumvention of lawful pathways regulation that we promulgated as part of our process to expand lawful pathways for individuals and at the same time deliver consequences for those who do not use those pathways.
Were there similarities to the program that the President Biden and you had stayed that President Trump had also tried to implement or did implement?
It is a different program than the one that President Trump implemented, Congressman.
Okay. Did it have any parts of it?
No, and I will not speak much about this, Congressman, because the matter is the subject of litigation, but President Trump issued a transit ban on individuals, and our regulation is not a ban. It shifts the evidentiary burden, it raises it, and creates a rebuttable presumption, which is quite distinct from a ban.
Could you say that was a middle ground between what President Trump had and what the court maybe wanted because the court stayed it and didn't allow it to occur?
Congressman, I'm
not
able
getting
to.
anywhere.
I'm not able to comment any further, given the fact that it's a matter of pending litigation.
Thank you, sir. I've had a problem, which is more local in nature, I guess. Constituents who've complained that the opportunity to get certified by the Global Entry Program in Memphis, Tennessee, has been thwarted, that they've been told they need to go to Jackson, Tennessee. And Memphis is a city of over 1 million people. Jackson's a city of about 100,000. Why our folks would have to go to Jackson to get their Global Entry form is hard for me to comprehend. They said that they had to travel there. We've tried to get in touch with the people at Global Entry. I think we've got a phone call Friday, but we found it very difficult to get in touch. The phone number that we were given by some people with TSA as a kind of a speedy number, the number we need to get action. My staff said that the phone was hardly ever answered. They mostly stayed on hold. Could you ask the folks, because they come under you at Global Entry, to look into why citizens in Memphis have to go to Jackson? They were told us because some of their people have to help FedEx. Everybody should help FedEx, but besides that, they need to help the citizens of Memphis get their Global Entries as well. So can you look into that for me?
I will, Congressman. The Global Entry Program is one of 2 trusted traveler programs. Global Entry is under U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and PreCheck is under the Transportation Security Administration. Those are 2 very successful trusted traveler programs that enhance the security of travel in the United States, as well as facilitated that travel. I'd be pleased to look into that issue.
Thank you, sir. And are you from Miami?
No, I was born in Cuba and fled the communist takeover of Cuba to the United States.
You didn't come to Miami at all?
I did. We lived in Miami for a couple of years before my father found work elsewhere.
Thank you. Well, I'm in the same status, except I didn't go to Cuba first, but I did go to Miami, and then my father found better employment elsewhere. Thank you, and appreciate your work.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent that the regs of the Secretary's agency dated March 29th, 2022 be placed in the record, in which a quote contained says full 83% of the people who were subject to removal between 2014 and 2019 were referred to an immigration judge and, in fact, were not found to have a credible fear. So when the Secretary said that I was wrong about the majority, he was wrong. It's 83% according to his own documents in the period 2014 to 2019, and perhaps it has improved, but I doubt it. Yield back.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Secretary Mayorkas, we have the frustrating responsibility on this committee of providing oversight of your agency, but I have to be honest and tell you I'm not sure exactly what you do at the Department of Homeland Security other than great harm. On your watch, the data is pretty clear. We've had record levels of illegal immigration, a rapid decline in deportations, skyrocketing fentanyl deaths across our country, and the Secret Service, which is a DHS component, can't determine who left cocaine at the White House. In the middle of all this, you created the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, CISA, which is a division of DHS. And it's one of the Biden administration agencies that colluded with and coerced the social media companies to censor Americans' protected free speech online. That's specifically detailed in a 155-page court opinion that came out of the federal court in Louisiana in the landmark litigation of Missouri v. Biden. Have you read that court opinion?
Congressman, I have not, and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency does not censor speech.
Okay, well, the court found otherwise, and it's really curious to me. Actually, it's quite alarming that you haven't read the opinion, because your agency is listed in this opinion. The federal court looked at volumes of evidence over months of litigation, and they determined, among other things, that if the allegations made by the plaintiffs, the states in this case, are true, and hold on, the preliminary injunction was granted against your agency, sir, and other Biden administration agencies, including the DOJ and FBI, the court said it involves the most massive attack against free speech in United States history. And you're telling me this opinion issued July 4th has not reached your desk? No one's briefed you on it?
Oh, I have been briefed on the Missouri litigation.
Okay, but you haven't taken the time to read it yet.
Congressman,
No, hold on. Have you read it or not?
I have read parts of it,
Oh,
Congressman.
parts of it. Did you read the parts where it said that this is Orwellian and dystopian and that your agency is involved in a massive cover-up of specifically conservatives' free speech online?
Congressman, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency is not involved in such conduct.
Okay, well, the court found otherwise, and you stand here under oath and you give us these answers that we know are not true because this is demonstrably untrue. I'm suggesting to you that you're saying things to us under oath that are proven by the record to be untrue. Let me ask you about this specifically. CISA was created to, we call it the Misinformation and Disinformation Subcommittee of CISA. You familiar with that?
Congressman,
the MDM subcommittee, you're familiar with that?
Congressman, I am very well aware of the threat of disinformation emanating from adverse nations.
Are you familiar with the subcommittee? Just answer the question.
I am.
Okay. Does it still exist?
Congressman, are you speaking of the...
Does the MDM subcommittee still exist?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. Kind of a big deal in your agency. I'm kind of shocked that you don't know the answer to that. Can you define what misinformation is?
Congressman, misinformation is false information that is disseminated to...
Excellent. Who determines what is false?
Congressman, our focus...
No, who determines what is false in your agency? If you're going to pull something off the internet and collude with a social media platform to make sure Americans don't see it, who determines what's false?
Congressman, we don't do that.
That's not true. That is not true. That is not what the court has found. This is not a Republican talking point. This is what the documents show. We've had people testify under oath that say, and you just defined the term, you're telling me that you don't know who determines what is false?
Congressman, what we do at CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, is identify the tactics that adverse nation states use to weaponize disinformation.
Okay, what is disinformation? What is disinformation?
Disinformation is inaccurate information.
Who determines what's inaccurate? Who determines what's false? Do you understand the problem here? The reason the framers of our Constitution did not create an exception for quote-unquote false information from the First Amendment is because they didn't trust the government to determine what it is. And you have whole committees of people in your agency trying to determine what they define as false or misinformation.
That is not true.
Well, then what is true?
Please
enlighten us.
What we do is we disclose the tactics that adverse nation states are utilizing to weaponize
No, sir.
disinformation.
No, sir. The court found specifically, it's a finding of fact that is not disputed by the government defendants, the Biden administration, your agency, the FBI, or DHS, not in the litigation. They determined you and all of your cohorts made no distinction between domestic speech and foreign speech. So don't stand there and tell me under oath that you only focused on adversaries around the world, foreign actors. That's not true.
Congressman, the Missouri case, the litigation to which you refer, is the subject of continuing litigation.
But the facts were not disputed, and I so regret that I'm out of time. I hope I get some more yielded. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't trust the government of Florida to tell teachers how to teach history, particularly black history, wanting to put a revisionist idea that somehow slaves benefited from being slaves. I don't think that that is the truth. But I'll tell you, my friend Donald Trump will have his folks thinking that that's the truth. But at any rate, MAGA Republican extremists want to sell us on an apocalyptic fantasy. They want the American people to believe that the border is out of control, that drugs are flowing in freely, that September 11th style terrorists are infiltrating with impunity, and that Latino immigrants are coming to rape, rob, and murder our families. But in reality, the greatest threat facing our homeland is white nationalist ideology that lies beneath such rhetoric. Experts agree that dangerous speech from elected officials creates a climate that foments violence and threatens public safety. And Republicans in the 118th Congress have amplified the white nationalist invasion conspiracy theory over 80 times in their official capacity. 11 members of this very committee peddled this dangerous anti-Semitic, racist conspiracy theory. As Dr. Heidi Beirich, co-founder of the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism, has said, quote, "When migrants are described as invaders, that leads to violence, because how else does one stop an invasion?" End quote. Mr. Secretary, as the ranking member mentioned, next month is the anniversary of the El Paso shooting. The shooter was inspired by white nationalist theories like the Great Replacement theory and claimed that there was a Hispanic, quote, invasion. He drove hundreds of miles to, as he admitted, target Hispanics and to murder 23 people. He is far from the only person inspired to kill as a result of these theories. In October of 2018, a domestic terrorist infiltrated the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and murdered 11 congregants during Shabbat services. That man targeted a Jewish community because he believed in the Great Replacement theory. And unfortunately, this has become a repeated pattern, which includes the attack in Poway and Buffalo. Regardless of political views, we should all stand for the principle that hate is unacceptable. Mr. Secretary, what kind of impact does this white nationalist rhetoric of invasion or replacement have on minority communities?
Congressman, when an act of hate occurs, it's not just the community that is impacted. The adverse impact is felt across this nation. One of the most prominent terrorism-related threats that we face in the homeland is what we term domestic violent extremism. It is—
And it's white nationalist extremism, is it not?
Congressman, there are diverse ideologies that underlie the acts of violence. White nationalism is one of them, but we do not focus on the ideology itself. We focus on its connectivity to violence and our effort to prevent that violence. We see a diverse range of ideologies of hate, anti-government sentiment, personal grievances, false narratives fuel acts of violence, in this country. It is the connectivity to violence.
Well, when elected officials repeat great replacement rhetoric, including the language of invasion, are they putting a target on the backs of immigrants and people of color?
It certainly fuels the threat landscape that we encounter.
And what kind of dangers does this rhetoric impose on law enforcement?
We have seen the number of ambushes of law enforcement officers increase year over year recently, and I could provide that data to you.
Thank you. My time is about to expire, and I'll yield it back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, who must take responsibility for the creation of the Disinformation Governance Board? You as the Secretary of Homeland Security or President Biden?
Congressman, the Disinformation Governance Board, which has been mischaracterized tremendously.
So did President Biden tell you to do it, or did you guys decide to do it? Did you take responsibility for creating that?
Congressman, it is my responsibility, and I will share with you that.
So the last 4 days, 5,300 people have been encountered in the Tucson sector. Last 4 days, 5,300. In the last week, over 9,000 in the Tucson sector. That's not my made-up numbers. That's from Sector Chief Modlin. Who must bear responsibility for that? You or President Biden?
Congressman, our approach.
Is it you or President Biden? Who made the policies let's get there? Did President Biden tell you to open up the border, or did you?
The border is not open, Congressman.
Oh, so that's why there's 5,300 in the last 4 days that illegally tried to enter the country.
Congressman.
And that doesn't include the gotaways in that sector, which is the #1 sector, 3-1. And you're saying it's somebody else's fault, it's not open. Well, let's talk about this then. Recently retired CBP Chief Raul Ortiz has testified under oath that the U.S. does not have operational control of the border as required. Is it your responsibility or President Biden's responsibility to make sure there is operational control?
Congressman.
These are not hard questions. It's either your responsibility or President Biden's. Whose is it?
Congressman, the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security work tirelessly.
So look, I'm going to tell you, I get down to the border, I love the CBP agents. You know they keep saying, we just want to enforce the law. So who's preventing from enforcing the law? Is it you or President Biden? It's that simple, because your policies are allowing millions of people to get through across this border. So since January 20th, 2021, millions of illegal aliens have crossed the southern border and have been released by DHS into the interior of the U.S. Did you implement this catch and release program, or was it President Biden?
Congressman, individuals who pose a public safety.
So look, you and I have had this song and dance before. You never want to answer the question. You never want to answer the question. Look, there's a whole side over there. They want to feed you pablum so you can say whatever you want. But I think the American people know it's either you or President Biden. And I want to know, is President Biden giving the directions on the implementation of your policies? Or are you the one that's creating it? So let's go to some of the stuff that you've written. On September 30th, 2021, you issued guidance that we had a senior DHS official come and tell this committee that your guidance from September 30th, 2021 led to ICE officers not submitting, quote, through their chain of command as many cases as they would have submitted previously, close quote. It was under your name. Did President Biden tell you to write that memo, or is that your policy?
Congressman, the memo that you referred to is the enforcement priorities memo.
Is that yours? Is that your policy then, or is that President Biden's?
The priorities that we established in that memo.
I'll take it that it must be yours. I guess that's all we can take then. Okay, so since we've been sitting here since 10 a.m., that's the number of drug overdoses due to fentanyl in the country. So my question for you is, who's responsible? Is it Joe Biden as President of the United States, or is it you as Secretary of Homeland Security for the open border where fentanyl's coming across and we have American citizens dying? That's since 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Congressman, the border is not open. The challenge of fentanyl is one that has been escalating for more than 5 years.
Look, you cited a figure that was 50,000, and since you came in, it's been more than double every year. Who's responsible for that? Is it you and your policies, or is it President Biden? It's a simple thing. You don't want to answer it because you know it's you. You know it's your policies you're driving in. On October 27, 2021, you issued guidance that restricted the ability of ICE officers to arrest aliens in protected areas such as courthouses where they knew aliens to be. You thus made it more difficult and dangerous for ICE officers to go and enforce the law. These are people who had already had, and generally, many of them have already had their day in court. Did President Biden order you to issue that guidance?
Congressman, our policies are driven to protect the American people.
Who
safeguard.
Issued that policy? Was it the president? Were you following the president, or did you create the policy?
Congressman,
Or will you ever give us an answer?
that is a policy.
Yield back. Disgusting.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from
I have a
Georgia.
unanimous consent to enter into the record
Gentleman's recognized.
thank you, data from the U.S. Sentencing Commission, which shows that 88% of the people convicted for fentanyl trafficking crimes are United States citizens, not immigrants crossing the border.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Secretary, welcome to the committee. It's wonderful to see you. You and I served together in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles now some 30 years ago. I had great admiration and respect for your integrity and your work ethic then, and I do today. And I'm grateful for you taking on what may be the most difficult job in the U.S. government today. So thank you for being here. My colleagues have a lot of questions for you, but they don't seem to want to give you the time to answer them. I'd like to ask you about the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. In 2016, the Russians intervened heavily in our election to try to elect Donald Trump. They intervened with a massive social media campaign run out of St. Petersburg. They intervened by hacking the Democratic Party and its emails and releasing them through cutouts. In 2020, the Cybersecurity Agency, having learned from the experience in 2016, I think did an admirable job in protecting our elections infrastructure. Its primary sin, although the Republicans won't say it, is that its then director asserted after the election that it was the most secure election in our history. That was the sin of the agency, doing its job and doing it well. As we look forward to the next presidential election, I want to ask you about what you see as the threats to our elections infrastructure or the threats of misinformation, disinformation from whatever source. I'm particularly concerned about YouTube's recent decision. I think, the Republican badgering has had an effect, and this is part of the effect. YouTube recently decided to, quote, stop removing content that advances false claims that widespread fraud, errors, or glitches occurred in the 2020 and other past U.S. presidential elections. So YouTube has now decided it's not going to remove content it knows to be false. Other social media platforms like Twitter have decided to fire those that would be in the business of security or looking for misinformation, disinformation campaigns from whatever sources. So in light of that changed environment, what do you see as the principal threats to our elections in 2024?
Congressman, I would identify at least 3 threat streams. One is the threat of disinformation propagated by the nation states of Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. 2 would be the cybersecurity threat, something that we are always vigilant in guarding against. And it is because of that threat that we seek to build redundancies in our election systems to best protect them. And 3rd is something that we saw manifested last year, and that is the threat of physical intimidation of individuals at the voting booth. Those are 3 threat streams that I can identify right off the bat. We are very focused on each of them. Of course, the physical security is not something that we ourselves provide, but work in collaboration with local jurisdictions and give them advice as to how they can best secure the facility and the integrity of the voting process.
Today, you may have seen it was reported that Rudy Giuliani has acknowledged in a court filing that the statements he was making about these Georgia election workers were just patently false. Those election workers' lives were put at great risk. Some of your own personnel, their lives have been put at great risk by those who would attack our elections or attack efforts to prevent misinformation and disinformation. What efforts can you make to protect election workers and your own staff from these relentless falsehoods advanced to facilitate the campaigns of some of my colleagues, presidential hopeful?
Some of the things that we do, Congressman, is we provide information to state, local, tribal, territorial, and campus law enforcement with respect to the threat streams that we are observing. We also have protective security advisors in each state that give advice to local communities about how best to secure facilities and make them safe areas for people to vote. Those are two examples of the work that we perform.
Well, I appreciate what you do, Mr. Secretary, and I hope that these constant and unfounded attacks on you, on your agency, on the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency don't make your work that much more difficult. We're grateful to you, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to issue a quick correction here as we start. It was mentioned earlier that Congress has not acted in decades in regards to securing the border. This House of Representatives in this session of Congress did act. We passed H.R. 2 to secure the border. How many Afghans, Mr. Secretary, have been admitted to the United States through parole since the fall of Kabul? 2 years ago.
Congressman, I would be pleased to provide you with that data. I don't have it.
There were 70,192 Afghans that were brought into the United States. They were brought here on parole for 2 years. Will you be reviewing each individual status on a case-by-case basis as this expiration happens?
Congressman, you're referring to what we termed Operation Allies Welcome, a program that we are very proud of, that we instituted to provide refuge for individuals, many of whom—
Will you be reviewing those they came in on parole, will you be reviewing them on a case-by-case basis?
We reviewed them on a case-by-case basis, and when those parole periods are subject to renewal, we will do so.
The commander down at Fort McCoy in my state, when I interviewed him 2 years ago, he said they were not interviewed on a case-by-case basis. In fact, in the terror hotbed of the world, Afghanistan, which should have a special immigrant visa process, previous administration used that to make sure to fully vet. Not one of those people that came in from Afghanistan were sent through the special immigrant visa process. They were simply given parole. Do you know how much damage was done to Fort McCoy during that period when those 12,000 plus Afghans came in?
Congressman, the individuals who were benefited from Operation Allies Welcome were indeed screened and vetted by government personnel.
They were brought in categorical parole, Mr. Chairman. There was $145.6 million of damage that was done to Fort McCoy. Did you realize that?
Congressman, we're very
The place was
proud.
virtually destroyed. I want to move on. I have a poster behind me. We are seeing all sorts of very serious criminal threats that come from across the border. That was 2 weeks ago from FBI Director Wray. In other words, saying the border is out of control. You say it's under control. Who's lying, you or FBI Director Wray?
Congressman, we are very proud of our efforts to secure the border. We are relentless in our efforts to strengthen
FBI Director Wray said it's becoming more and more of a priority for us, under oath, just 2 weeks ago. Who's lying to us? Director Wray or you?
Congressman, we work very closely with the FBI to ensure the safety and security of the American people. That is our highest priority.
To illegal border crossings. Do you the increased fentanyl is not tied to illegal border crossings? Do you agree with that statement?
No, it's not effectively managed right now, and until it is, the cartels are they're the winners of this.
Cartels are the winners. Sheriff Mark Daniels, under questioning here a few months ago before this committee, Cochise County down on the border of Arizona. He said the open border has led to a significant increase in the amount of fentanyl coming into this country. Do you agree with his assessment?
Congressman, we have taken it to the cartels.
Do you agree with his assessment? He said the amount of fentanyl has went up significantly as a result of the open borders policy implemented by this administration January 20th of 2021. Is he lying to us? Did Sheriff Daniels lie to us?
Congressman, I respectfully disagree with Sheriff Daniels, whom I know well.
So Sheriff Daniels is lying to us?
That is not what I said, Congressman, and let me
Someone's not telling the truth here, Mr. Secretary. Someone's not telling the truth. It's either Daniels or it's you.
Congressman, we have interdicted more fentanyl at the ports of entry than in the prior administration.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go to close here. The most urgent lethal threat in America was in this man's testimony. There's one person in America who can reduce the number of fentanyl deaths in America. And by the way, the term fentanyl overdoses is used. That's not the case anymore, is it? It's fentanyl poisonings. We've had them here, the Rackwall family from my state of Wisconsin. When you hear of fentanyl poisonings here in America, there's one person that can do something about it, and he sits right before us today. You, sir, are responsible for reducing fentanyl deaths in America. Will you ever do anything about it? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I got a unanimous consent request. Quickly.
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Two things, actually. Wanted to enter into the record a report, a Fox News report, April 27, 2022, which details the testimony of Mr. Mayorkas. They created the Disinformation Governance Board within DHS to combat alleged disinformation and misinformation, terms that he's not able to explain here. And the second document is the public statement on the Hunter Biden emails with the 51 former intel agents that has now been debunked, but they also refer to misinformation. So it's an important term. Enter those into the record.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the chair of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. The actions of the chair have undermined the credibility of all congressional committees in seeking information from witnesses and damage the rule of law. Now, Secretary Mayorkas, thank you for your public service. I'd like to discuss with you the history of the southern border. In September 1969, a few years before Watergate consumed this presidential administration, the president launched Operation Intercept, which basically shut down the southern border. Less than 3 weeks later, that operation was stopped because it largely failed to address the issues at the border. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 1969?
Congressman, I have to think back sequentially in reverse chronology, but I'm sure you know the answer
He resigned.
immediately.
I'll give you a hint. This Republican president resigned.
Congressman, I know the president, President Nixon.
Thank you. After Nixon resigned in 1974, his vice president became president. But the issues at the border continued, and in 1976, the president stated, quote, 80 to 90% of the heroin that comes in the United States today comes across from our southern border, end quote. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 1976? The vice president to Nixon.
I'm sorry?
He was the vice president to Richard Nixon.
Gerald Ford, are you
Yes,
speaking
that's
of?
correct.
Yeah, Congressman, I'd prefer not to answer questions of history right now. My focus is on the work
I'm going to help you with
Homeland Security.
I'm going to help you with this. In the 1980s, the Republican president had promised morning in America again. But the issues at the southern border continued, prompting him to order a partial shutdown of the border in 1985. This operation, aptly named Operation Intercept 2, was stopped after only a few days because it also failed to address the issues at the border. And this was a president that knew about these issues because he was a former governor of California. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 1985?
Ronald Reagan,
Thank you.
Congressman.
The border issues continued into this century. In 2006, the president, who was also familiar with the border because he was a former governor of Texas, declared that, quote, for decades, the United States has not been in complete control of its borders, end quote. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 2006?
President Bush, Congressman.
In the prior administration, the Republican president tried to solve their issues at the border, and he failed. I would now like to show a video of what was actually happening during the prior administration in 2018. So if you can play the video.
This is a pit stop on a punishing journey to the U.S. border, and it's still just the beginning. Migrants from Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador continue to make their way north, fleeing poverty, persecution, and gang violence. The caravan now includes an estimated 7,200 migrants, and more are expected to join tomorrow, potentially pushing the number past 10,000.
In May 2019, the situation got even worse. Politico published an article on June 5th, 2019, that was titled, Border Arrests Rose to Nearly 132,000 in May as the border surge continues. Secretary Mayorkas, who was the Republican president in 2018 and 2019?
President Trump, Congressman.
And now we're here in 2023. Secretary Mayorkas, last month in June, border crossings declined to the lowest level in over 2 years, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Border crossings last month declined to the lowest level in over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Politico published an article last week that stated approximately 99,545 individuals were apprehended last month, the first time the figure dropped below 100,000 in more than 2 years. That data is largely correct, right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, so based on the facts that you testified to, here's this chart. Shows that under Trump, there were 133,000 border apprehensions in May 2019, and last month, under the Biden administration, there were less than 100,000 border apprehensions. The facts show the southern border is doing better last month than it was under Trump in May 2019. Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for your public service. And now the Republicans want to impeach you. Good luck with that one. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, on April 28th, 2022, I ask you, quote, will you testify under oath right now? Do we have operational control, yes or no, end quote. You responded with, quote, yes, we do, period, end quote. I then asked, we have operational control of the borders? You responded, quote, yes, we do, period, end quote. Followed up, I said, I read to you the definition of operational control. I actually held up this chart, operational control as defined under the Secure Fence Act. Put it up for plain reading, plain as day. I put up the second part of the same statute, which defines operational control. Means the prevention of all unlawful entries in the United States, including entries by terrorists, other unlawful aliens, instruments of terrorism, narcotics, and other contraband. I said to you, do you stand by in your testimony that we have operational control in light of this definition? You responded with, quote, I do, period, end quote. Earlier, you testified I didn't give you a chance to finish. Yet you specifically, when asked and held up a statute defining exactly what operational control meant under the Secure Fence Act, you said, quote, I do. I believe that was purposeful. I believe you want the American people to believe we have operational control of the border when we very clearly do not. Less than a month later, in Homeland Security, you testified, quote, under that strict definition, this country has never had operational control. This year, House Homeland Security, then Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz testified before the Homeland Committee that DHS did not have operational control of the border, either by the statutory definition or not. Now that is an honest answer. In the Senate Judiciary Committee, shortly thereafter, you testified with respect to the definition of operational control, I do not use the definition that appears in the Secure Fence Act. And the Secure Fence Act provides statutorily that operational control is defined as preventing all unlawful entries in the United States, and by that definition, no administration has ever had operational control. If you will recall when you testified here in front of me when I asked that question, when you very clearly stated, We do have operational control. When presented with the actual definition of operational control, you didn't hesitate. You said, I do. And you, in fact, then referred back and said, I believe that my predecessors would have said the same thing. I asked Chad Wolf that question in this room. And Chad said, well, no, we didn't use that framing to say we have operational control. We're striving to achieve operational control. But you didn't do that. You looked straight at the American people, straight at me, straight at every person on this committee, and said, we have operational control. Why?
Congressman, 2 points. One, you did not let me complete my answer. Two,
hold on. Let's give me your second point. Go ahead.
Thank you. Two, the Secure Fence Act defines operational control as not a single individual crosses the border.
I'm aware. I read it, and I read it to you, and you read it, and in fact, you said, I do. You didn't hesitate. You didn't say, I do. I need to explain what I mean by I do. You said, I do, over and over again. And here's the problem with that. This is a pattern. Did you lie another time when you said on September 24th, 2021 at a press conference, quote, we know that those images painfully conjured up the worst elements of our nation's ongoing battle against systemic racism when responding to the alleged whipping incident by the Border Patrol agents who report to you. When in fact, on October 22nd, 2022, it was reported that 2.5 hours before that press conference, Marcia Espinoza, Assistant Secretary of DHS Public Affairs, emailed you and CC'd other DHS leadership, alerting you all that the photographer who took the images did not see any whipping occur, invalidating the initial claim. And it wasn't until May of this year that you corrected the record to say, well, let me just correct you right there because actually the investigation concluded the whipping did not occur. Don Rosenberg, in this very room, testified a few weeks ago that you lie. It is a perpetual pattern, and the fact is there are real people that are impacted by that. We have now had, since you testified, we have had something like 200 people a day dying from fentanyl deaths, which would amount to 90,000 people. I showed you before, when you were here, the lost voices of fentanyl, the hundreds, the thousands of Americans that continue to die, 90,000 since you came into this committee and lied to us saying we have operational control. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Secretary, you have a serious job, and occasionally you have to deal with some very unserious MAGA colleagues of mine. Your serious job is to secure the border of the greatest country in the world, a country that is neighbor to some of the most violent and economically insecure countries in the world, where people are willing to risk everything to come here. And somehow you have to secure the border, but also make sure we're not pushing little girls back into the river so they can drown. It's a hard job. If it was an easy job, we wouldn't have asked you to do it. But you were asked to do it because you're qualified, you're competent, you care, you show compassion, and you show up every day and you deal with this. Frankly, sir, I think sometimes you're too nice, because if I had a chairman who failed to honor his own lawful subpoena about 500 days after it was submitted to him, I would say, catch me when you're serious. Come talk to me when you're going to follow the law about whether you think I follow the law. But that's not who you are. You take your job seriously, even in front of a lot of unserious people. In fact, the chair that you were sitting in, you may not know this, but the last person who sat in that chair was called by the chairman an anti-vaccine, anti-Semitic witness in RFK Jr. So you have brought immediate credibility to the chair that you're sitting in by just being here. They're not serious people. They chide people for their pronouns. They obsess and display in this committee and other committees private citizens' non-consensual nude images. We're not talking about serious people. We're not talking about people who are on the level. And so what do we want to do? We want to acknowledge the seriousness of your job and hopefully one day in the majority give you the tools to deliver on what we believe ultimately can put us in the most secure place, which is comprehensive immigration reform. And in the spirit of that, I want to ask you, because I believe in that and my colleagues believe in that, In January, DHS established a new set of processes for lawful entry of Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans that drastically reduced encounters of those nationals at the southern border. This freed up department resources to combat drug trafficking and other cartel crimes. Democrats applauded the measure, while Republicans scrambled to find a new way to turn it into campaign fundraising emails. Last Congress, Democrats proposed increases to funding for CBP personnel to patrol the southern border and investments in technology to interdict smuggling through ports of entry. Again, my Republican colleagues failed to support common sense measures to secure the homeland. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they don't have solutions. They want the chaos. So, Mr. Secretary, they have put forth proposals to defund the CBP One app, which has helped alleviate strained manpower at the southern border. What impact would that have on our Homeland Security?
Congressman, the CBP One app is one element of our approach of building and expanding lawful pathways for people to reach the United States in a safe, orderly, and lawful way, as well as delivering consequences at the border for those individuals who do not use them. The CBP One app, number one, reduces the number of irregular encounters at our southern border. Number two, and critically, cuts out the smuggling organizations that impose such tragedy and trauma on vulnerable individuals purely for the sake of profit. And three, allows us to screen and vet individuals before they arrive at our border. It is of tremendous utility to us, and its results have proven productive.
Again, thank you, Mr. Secretary. As I said, you have a serious job. Border crossings are down despite my MAGA colleagues constantly saying we have an open border, which only invites people south of the border to believe that they should try and come here. They're rooting for that chaos. You are trying to bring solutions to stop that. Fentanyl seizures are up. Congratulations to the brave men and women who wear the badge every day and walk the beat at CBP. That should be celebrated, but rather it's used by my MAGA colleagues as a political weapon to suggest that they would rather the fentanyl get past CB3, past the ports of entry, and into our schools and our communities. You've got a tough job, you're a serious person, and we're grateful that you're doing it. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, the Department of Homeland Security issued a National Terrorism Advisory System bulletin this year in February. It said the United States remains in a heightened threat environment fueled by several factors, including online environment filled with false or misleading narratives and conspiracy theories, and other forms of dis, and malinformation. Can you define malinformation for us?
Congressman, we're dealing with false information that is used for a particular purpose.
Isn't malinformation actually true information that may be inconvenient to the establishment orthodoxy?
I'm sorry, Congressman.
Isn't malinformation a made-up word that refers to information that's actually true but just inconvenient to the government narrative?
That is not true, Congressman.
Let me ask you this. You said that the proliferation of false or misleading narratives sow discord and undermine public trust in U.S. government institutions. Is it illegal to undermine public trust in U.S. government institutions?
Congressman, we become involved because we believe in the First Amendment right, and we have safeguards to protect it. We actually have a statutorily created Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. We become involved not with respect to a particular ideology. We are ideology neutral, but it's the connectivity to violence.
Isn't larger government an ideology, the bigger government? Let me ask you my original question. Is it illegal to undermine public trust in U.S. government institutions?
Congressman, we understand First Amendment principles. We embrace and protect them. Individuals can espouse whatever ideology they believe in.
And so
let
me ask you the question, if you just answer it directly. Is it illegal to undermine public trust in U.S. government institutions? Isn't that, in fact, what we're doing here today? When we point out that you've released 1 million or 2 million people into this country without trying to deport them? I mean, are we, in fact, undermining trust in your institution? Aren't we doing that? And isn't that actually healthy when we point that out?
Congressman, may I share with you what the Department of Homeland Security does with respect to ideologies?
I need to ask you another question since you haven't answered any of these yet. You say that there is widespread online proliferation of false or misleading narratives regarding COVID-19. Is the claim that natural immunity is real, is that a false or misleading online narrative?
Congressman, we do not evaluate particular ideologies or particular narratives. Our focus
How about
is
the
on-
claim that vaccines don't stop the spread of the virus? Was that a false or misleading COVID narrative?
Congressman, what we do is we are involved when there's a connectivity between an ideology, whatever that ideology.
How about, I'm not talking about ideology, I'm talking about COVID-19. Is the notion that masks were ineffective at stopping transmission, was that a false or misleading narrative?
Congressman, allow me to repeat. What we get engaged in is a connectivity to violence. It is our responsibility to prevent violence from occurring. We work very closely.
All right, I'm just saying, I want you to give me an example of a false or misleading narrative that encouraged violence. That you say that that grievances associated with these themes inspired violent extremist attacks during 2021. Did hydroxychloroquine, did that inspire violent extremist attacks? What are you talking about in this document when you say that false or misleading narratives about COVID-19 inspired violent extremist attacks during 2021? Can you give us a single example? I've given you some questions. Was it the narrative that this may have leaked from a lab in China? Was that the thing? And if so, what did it inspire? What's the violence?
Congressman, would you like an example?
Yeah.
Yeah. COVID-19 is caused by 5G cell towers, an attack on a cell tower. That attack on a cell tower triggers the involvement of the Department of Homeland Security. That is an example. It is the connectivity to violence. We do not condone
You
violence.
think COVID-19 caused attacks on cell towers? I think you're
Congressman, that is
chasing ridiculous things.
Mr.
People
Chairman.
watching this at home,
Mr. Chairman.
they got to be just amazed that you would espouse
Chairman, can the
this.
witness be allowed to answer?
No, he is not. He said that false or misleading narratives about COVID-19 need to be censored. He's implying that they need to be censored because getting out this information, the free speech, is somehow dangerous to our country.
Chairman, he didn't say
in the
that.
context of COVID-19. I completely disagree. He didn't give us an example.
Chairman, can he
and I
answer-
yield back to
can the
balance.
witness-
Can he answer the
Witness
question
answer the
because he's
question.
being misquoted?
The time belongs to the gentleman. He has yielded back. The time now goes to, and before I yield to the gentlelady from Washington, I'm sure she'll be willing to yield to you, Mr. Secretary. We've been going almost 2 hours. And if you need a break, just let us know. But we'll keep going. I'll yield to the gentlelady for her 5 minutes. And if you want to respond to Mr. Massey in that 5, we'll go right ahead. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming here today. I'm going to give you a brief opportunity, because I have a full 5 minutes, but a brief opportunity to respond to the gentleman.
I don't even know where to begin with the grotesque distortion of information. I just don't even know where to begin.
Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for your service, for your leadership. I'm sorry for what you're experiencing today. And as the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, I want to take a step back and just remind everyone of the mess that you inherited from the previous administration and the steps that your department under your leadership is taking to move us in the right direction. Let's be really clear. The Trump administration considered every undocumented immigrant a priority for removal. The Trump administration separated children from their parents. But perhaps what escaped attention the most was that the Trump administration simply did not believe in legal immigration. The previous administration enacted over 400 changes designed to shut down legal immigration. And the truth is that it's our job in Congress to fix this. We have not updated the immigration system in over 3 decades. And in that time, America's population has grown by 80 million people. The economy is 5 times larger, and our inability to modernize American laws, immigration laws, has resulted in record-level backlogs for the legal immigration system, making it nearly impossible to come to the United States. A decade ago, the United States Senate passed with 68 bipartisan votes a comprehensive immigration reform bill, only to be stymied by Republicans in the House who refused to bring it up for a vote because they knew that it would pass if they did. Today, thanks to a concerted Republican strategy to vilify immigrants, it is hard to imagine a bill like that garnering that kind of bipartisan vote in either chamber. So given that the Republican-controlled House will not move forward meaningful reform, Mr. Secretary, you and the Biden administration have used your legal authorities granted by Congress to add additional legal pathways. And much to some of my colleagues' chagrin, with much success, you are working to provide order and relief to immigrants. The administration announced the opening of regional processing centers across the Western Hemisphere that will allow migrants to have their protection and benefits claims assessed in a humane way without having to make the dangerous journey to the U.S.-Mexico border. The administration has embraced the use of parole following a bipartisan tradition of presidential administrations going back 70 years. In addition, the administration also formally announced new family reunification parole processes for El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Colombia. These are modeled after the Cuban family reunification process, which Republicans have supported in the past. And in addition, you've increased the number of appointments that will be available under the CBP One app, which, while far from perfect, will increase CBP's ability to process more migrants. As you know, Mr. Secretary, I have serious concerns about some policies, including a new asylum regulation, which was just declared unlawful in federal court, that I fear undermines due process and right to seek asylum. But despite that, I am very clear about the Republican opposition to any sensible and humane immigration system and who the good guys are in this situation. That is you, Mr. Secretary. The good guys are you, the Democrats, and this administration who understand the great importance of immigration to America on every level and are determined to take steps to expand pathways for entry and move us forward. And for that, I am tremendously grateful to you, and I thank you for your service and for your leadership. Now, Mr. Secretary, Republicans projected terrible things after Title 42, but in fact, Politico has called it the migrant crisis that still hasn't arrived. And Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter an article into the record with that exact title.
Objection.
Can you talk about the administration's attempts to expand legal pathways and why you think it is so important?
Congresswoman, our approach is to expand lawful pathways so that individuals who qualify for relief under the laws of this Congress do not have to place their lives and their life savings in the hands of unscrupulous smugglers who only exploit them for profit. To bring greater security and strength to our border and to allow our agencies to screen and vet individuals before they arrive here in the United States. Those are three very significant benefits of our lawful pathways. I know you and I disagree on the other element of our approach, which is to deliver consequences for those who do not use those lawful pathways.
I thank you, Mr. Secretary. I hope we always hold up the Constitution, and I thank you for your service. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is back. The chair recognizes himself. Mr. Secretary, you know what the number is, don't you? Number that Mr. Gates was trying to get a response from. You know what that number is, right?
Congressman, I would be pleased to provide this committee, you, Mr. Chairman.
You don't know now? You don't know what that is? I mean, again, just to read, because what Mr. Gates was trying to get at, I think what the country would like to know is, we know that there's been an influx of people coming in. Over 2 million encounters on our southern border, inadmissible aliens on our southern border. We know that number has come in since Joe Biden's been president. We know it's a big number. And all he was asking was, how many of that 2-point-something million, over 2 million, how many have went through the adjudication process and actually been removed?
Mr. Chairman.
And you're telling the Judiciary Committee today you don't know what that number is?
Mr. Chairman, what I am sharing with you is that we will provide you with whatever data you request.
No, that's not where I want to go right. But it's a simple. We've had kind of two simple questions that you didn't give an answer to, and I just want to know, give you a second chance here if you'll do it. What is that number? Out of that 2-point-something universe of inadmissible aliens encountered on our southern border who've come into the country, been released into the country, how many have went through the adjudication process and then been removed?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be pleased to provide you with that.
Can you guess?
Mr. Chairman, it is
Can you give an estimate?
Mr. Chairman, I will not.
Why will you not give an estimate to the American people? Because they would like to know, because that sort of frames it. Here's what's come in, here's who you've allowed in since Joe Biden's been president, and here's the ones who've actually been removed.
I would say two things, Mr. Chairman. Number one, I will provide that data to you. We will do so.
Well, you're not real good at that because you've said that other times here, and you don't give us the data. I mean, we asked information about the Disinformation Governance Board, and all we get is redacted documents. So you're not real good about that. And it's a simple question, and frankly, a question we ask you to be prepared for. We wrote you 2 letters in the last several weeks to be prepared to answer that kind of question. I think probably that specific question, and you won't give us an answer. And so the fact that you won't is bad, and the fact that you don't know is just as bad, because it's the one question the country kind of would like to know. What's really happening? When you say all these, pathways and things, and you're just border secure, and all the things you say, we kind of like to know what's really happened with the 2-point-something million people who've been released into the country since Joe Biden's been president. How many have went through the adjudication process and been removed?
So now
simple question.
So now I have 3 points. 1, we will provide the data to you.
God bless you. We've been waiting, but God bless you. I hope you do it this time.
2, we have been cooperating with this committee. We have made countless documents and people available to you. We have provided briefings.
Yeah. And here's what those, by the way, just so you know, I'll let you finish with your third point. Here's what those documents look like. Here's the one you sent to us on when you formed. It's policy and responsibilities in the department's information manipulation mission. That sounds scary enough. Information manipulation mission, and it's all redacted. And this is the kind of stuff you gave us when we were trying to figure out who was responsible for putting together the Disinformation Governance Board, and I think my colleague, Mr. Johnson, was asking. And now we're asking a simple question about a number. And the fact that you won't give it to us or don't know it is, I think, a concern for all of us. I would say both sides, because the Democrats probably want to know too. They probably, that's something that should be so obvious, and you won't communicate to. Make your third point.
Mr. Chairman, we'll provide that information to every member.
Will it be like this, or will it be a real number? Will it be like that? Will it be a real number?
Mr. Chairman, the third point I would
Let me ask you real quick. Can you get that number to us like tomorrow? Or is you got to go back, and is it going to take weeks and months and haggling back and forth on all the letters we do? Congress writes letters to agencies and we haggle back and forth, all that dance we have to do. Or can you just get us the number?
Mr. Chairman, we'll provide that data to you as promptly as possible. My third point would be the most fundamental point of all when we speak of immigration. We are dealing with a fundamentally broken system. We have between 11 and 12 million.
I got 50 seconds, so I appreciate that. You've said that before, so I got that point. Don't mean to cut you off, but I got to get this. Now, in your testimony, you said you've arrested 14,000 smugglers. Seems like a big number to me. What happened to those guys?
Those individuals, Mr. Chairman, are, if the evidence so supports, prosecuted for smuggling.
You've referred them to DOJ. You've arrested them. You've given them over to DOJ. What's happened to them? Have they been indicted, taken to trial, found guilty? Are they in prison somewhere? What's the status? That is a huge number. 14,000 smugglers. I mean, God bless you for getting them, but I'd like to know what happened to them.
Very, very pleased to provide that data to you. Let me provide some examples.
You just told us a couple minutes ago you work closely with the FBI. We'd like that information too. That's important. Have you arrested any of them multiple times?
Congressman, I'll provide that information for you.
You think that's a possibility? Some of those smugglers you've arrested more than once?
Congressman, when I prosecuted immigration crimes in the 1990s, we saw individuals who had repeated violations of criminal laws of the United States and repeated removals from the United States. I've prosecuted.
My time has expired. But you think a smuggler, you catch someone smuggling people, smuggling drugs, that guy would be prosecuted, and you'd think you would, again, know that answer too. But we hope you get those answers to us. I yield now to
unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a New York Times article called "Burning Cell Towers Out of Baseless Fear They Spread the Virus." This is a conspiracy theory linking the spread of the coronavirus to 5G wireless technology that spurred more than 100 incidents in just 1 month.
Without objection, the chair
Thank
now
you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary, welcome. Thank you for your good job. I really believe you have a thankless job, but you've done a hell of a job. When I became ranking member of the Homeland Security Border Subcommittee, I made it my priority to visit every major port of entry on the southern border. I visited, met with men and women in uniform, both blue and green uniforms. Wanted to see what their job was about, what the challenges were. But Mr. Secretary, let's talk refugees. COVID-19 has changed the world. Today, we're probably seeing the biggest movement of refugees in recent history, if not in the history of the world. Title 42, when Title 42 was about to be lifted, everybody was expecting total chaos at the border. A week before that, a few days before that event, I went to San Isidro, myself and the border port director visited Mexico. We met with Mexican officials, federal, state, local, as well as Mexican stakeholders, interested in making sure everything went well at the border. Everybody expected chaos. Title 42 was lifted, no chaos. Everything went unexpectedly well. I think you were the architect of that policy, carrot and sticks. You made sure that people had a pathway, had incentives to come legally, and you also put criminal sanctions on those that would break those laws. And of course, you also worked with some of our partners south of the border to make sure that this job was not just the United States, but that the burden was shared with other people like Mexico, Colombia, and other nations around the world. Mr. Mayorkas, you're doing a good job. So my question to you today is, how can we, U.S. Congress, assist you in doing a better job for the United States?
Congressman, thank you. We are taking the actions that we think will strengthen the security of our border, uphold our values as well, to the best of our abilities, operating within a broken immigration system. The most fundamental benefit that we could receive from Congress is legislative reform.
You know, I'd like to see us move to an immigration reform. You were trying to say earlier, we have 12 million undocumented workers working in this country, some having been here for 10, 20, 30 years. No hope of an adjustment of status. We have another 10 million job openings in this country today. Let's quickly, in my last minute or two, talk about fentanyl. It's ruining Main Street back home. Deaths. 80 to 90% of the fentanyl comes through our ports of entries. Yet right now, you only have enough funding to maybe inspect 2% of the vehicles coming through our ports of entry. Does that sound about right?
Congressman, we have harnessed advanced technology, most notably the non-intrusive inspection technology, to be a force multiplier for our personnel. We rely on funding from Congress for not only that technology, but also the personnel who operate it, the extraordinary people of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, both our Border Patrol agents and our Office of Field Operations personnel, and
so,
our
Mr.
Air
Secretary,
Marine.
if we wanted to stop more fentanyl from coming into the country, I'd say you need more personnel, more technology, more of those drug-sniffing dogs that are so effective. You need more funding. We want to go from 2% of inspections to 4 to 6 to 10% of those vehicles being inspected. You need the funds.
We do, Congressman, and it is a two-part challenge. It is addressing the supply, which your question is focused on, of course, and we also have to address the issue of demand in this country. The scourge of drugs has been a long, enduring one. I will say I prosecuted many narcotics trafficking cases in my time as a prosecutor. The toxicity of fentanyl is something I've never seen before.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for your good work. We want to partner with you to make sure we protect America from those negative elements coming into this country. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, let me focus on CISA a moment and something very specific. Jen Easterly, the director of CISA, testifying before an appropriations subcommittee here in the House earlier this year, said, quote, "We don't flag anything to social media organizations at all. We are focused on building resilience to foreign influence and disinformation," close quote. Is that true or false, that CISA does not flag anything to social media organizations at all?
I believe that is true, Congressman, and I will verify that, but I believe that is true. We do.
Do you know, are you familiar with Brian Scully? Do you know who that is?
I do not, Congressman.
He was, I think, the MDM, person responsible for MDM, as you call it. And he testified about switchboarding, that CISA was engaged in switchboarding in which, for example, it was essentially an audit official to identify something on social media that they deemed to be disinformation aimed at their jurisdiction. They could forward that to CISA, and CISA would share that with the appropriate social media companies. Now, that was a quote from his testimony. That sounds like flagging to me, flagging to social media companies, and all of his testimony was of similar import. How does that reconcile with what you just said Ms. Easterly correctly answered before the Appropriations Subcommittee?
Congressman, a few points on switchboarding.
No. Would you
Yes.
Would you reconcile those two statements, please?
Yes.
I don't really have enough time to go off on a dissertation.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
If you'll allow me.
Quickly, thank you.
That practice, my understanding is that practice was in 2018 and 2020, is no longer employed by CISA, and what it amounted to was serving as an intermediary between election officials and social media companies. We were not making a judgment back then in 2018 or 2020.
I get your point. And I know you're going to elaborate, and I appreciate that. But I think the point you just said, and I'd like to inquire further about it, you said it is no longer the practice. When did it stop?
I'd be pleased to provide that information to you, and I will defer to the Director Easterly, but we will provide that information to you.
You do not know when they stopped doing it?
I do not.
You have said in your testimony here today several times that we are taking it to the cartels to an unprecedented degree, dismantling those criminal organizations. Those are two things you said. Have Mexican drug cartels become stronger or weaker during your tenure as Secretary?
Congressman, we are taking it to the cartels to an unprecedented
You already said that. In
degree.
fact, I just repeated it to you. Have they become stronger or weaker on your watch?
Congressman, the cartels have been a challenge for not only this country, but many
Are
countries
you not able
around
to
the
say
world.
whether they're stronger or weaker on your watch?
We, through our efforts have weakened those cartels by the investigations and prosecutions that we have conducted with our international
The cartels
partners.
are weakened under your tenure?
When
Is that what
we-
your testimony is, sir?
When we disrupt a cartel, when we arrest an individual with our partners, we have weakened them. That is what the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security are dedicated to doing.
How much revenue have the cartels received during your tenure?
Congressman, I don't have that data.
Do you have no estimate about that whatsoever? That
The
you bear in
cartels-
your mind what revenues Mexican drug cartels have received during your tenure as Secretary?
Congressman, the cartels are very profitable. They were very profitable 3 years ago, and they were very profitable 6 years ago.
Are they
I will
making
tell you
more
this,
or less revenue under your tenure now than under previous administrations?
and I will tell you this, that we are unrelenting in our
More or
attack
I
against the
understand your
cartels.
efforts, sir. What I'm talking about are your results. Are they making more or less revenue under your tenure than your predecessors?
We have arrested more criminals involved in cartel activity than in the prior.
Do you not know whether they're making more revenue, or are you simply evading my question?
Congressman, I believe I answered your question that I do not have that data.
Are
But I will
drug
say
deaths
this.
due to penetrating the southern border of the United States increased or reduced during your 30-month tenure over prior periods?
The cartels outside of the United States have also stretched their jurisdiction to other countries around the world.
How does your record on achieving operational control compare to other administrations? Worse than any other?
No, Congressman. The approach that we are taking, expanding lawful pathways.
You've had
and
larger
delivering-
numbers of entries in violation of that
Time of the gentleman.
statutory
Time of the gentleman.
definition, have you not, sir?
Congressman, the approach that we are taking of expanding lawful pathways and delivering consequences for those who do not use them are proving results. It continues to be a challenge, as the border has been in the absence of legislative action, but we are achieving results.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Secretary, we'll go a few more rounds if that's all right, and then we'll get a break.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent
Unanimous
request.
consent from the gentleman from Florida.
Yes, from Reuters, U.S. suspends asylum appointments in Texas border city after extortion reports. From U.S. News and World Report, U.S. halts online asylum appointments at Texas crossing after extortion warnings. And the Associated Press, U.S. halts appointments using migrant phone app at Texas border crossing. Seems to be in direct contradiction to the Secretary's testimony. I seek unanimous consent to enter it.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for being here. As you well know, immigration and border security are complicated issues that require comprehensive solutions to address national security, humanitarian concerns, workforce issues, gun and drug smuggling in both directions, and fidelity to the rule of law, which is, of course, the foundation of our country. Our colleagues across the aisle have made clear with their tone and questions today that their primary interest is in scapegoating you and the Biden administration for the consequences of Congress failing for decades to address either the root causes of immigration at our southern border, including climate change, corruption, and poverty, or the underfunding and all but complete collapse of the U.S. immigration system, which hasn't been updated for decades to respond to current conditions. Instead of investigating and proposing real solutions to these immigration issues, our colleagues prefer to push and sometimes create apocalyptic scenarios to scare Americans and sow chaos, anger, and fear with heated rhetoric and political theater designed to cast blame rather than solve problems. So this is allegedly an oversight hearing, and there's an issue I would like to address. But first, I appreciate your clarity and your nuance, even when responding to some of the more outrageous rhetoric from our colleagues. Can we just clarify one more time in case it's gotten lost? Have you or the Biden administration ever tried to adopt an open border policy?
No, we're not.
Okay, I didn't think so, but just wanted to make sure we were clear there. In the interest of conducting actual oversight and finding solutions, I'd like to turn your attention to an issue that I've been following since I first participated in a multi-year ABA investigation on the topic almost 20 years ago, and that's access to counsel by immigrants when they are seeking legal entry into our country. It's critical to ensuring the fidelity of our country to the rule of law, as well as improving functioning of the asylum system. Studies have consistently shown that access to counsel is critical to successfully navigating our laws, but those seeking asylum are often unable to access counsel, even if they can afford a lawyer or volunteers are willing to take their cases. And this past spring, when your agency launched expedited asylum screenings at Border Patrol facilities, a commitment was made to provide access to such counsel to all immigrants. But according to recent reporting by advocates, that promise has remained unfulfilled. Of the thousands of migrants screened at these facilities, only a small number have been able to consult, however unpredictably, with attorneys by phone, and even fewer have been able to complete formal legal representation. So I know that the failure to ensure uniform or consistent access to counsel when available is not a new issue, but the problem appears to be worsening despite commitments to do better. So moving forward, is your agency able to better guarantee attorney access for asylum seekers screened at Border Patrol facilities or held in detention facilities?
Congresswoman, when we built this approach of lawful pathways and the delivery of consequences. One element of it was the screening of individuals in Border Patrol facilities. And a sub-element of that effort was, in fact, to safeguard access to counsel. I have visited the border approximately 20 times. In my last visit, I saw the consultation booths that we built in a Border Patrol processing facility deliberately to provide that access to counsel. I am aware of the concerns that some have raised with respect to our success in ensuring access to counsel, and we are reviewing those concerns.
I appreciate that, and I echo Mr. Correa's offer to please let us know how we can assist you in making sure that your efforts are more effective and what we as Congress need to do at this belated time to help address the issue at the southern border. Mr. Chair, I would request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New York Times titled, "Lawyers Say Helping Asylum Seekers in Border Custody is Near Impossible." Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Countless NGOs, non-government organizations, provide ways and means to illegal immigrants to cross the border and stay here indefinitely. Some of the ones that we are most familiar with, because they're the biggest and have the largest presence, are Jewish Family Services, Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services, and Catholic Charities. Secretary, you've often spoken about your partnership with these NGOs, but many of these are actively encouraging and enticing poor illegal immigrants to cross our borders with the promise of assistance. They promise to provide financial, logistical, and transportation assistance in the form of money, food, and lodging, and transportation to anywhere in the country. I've seen this with my own eyes. I've been to these organizations' facilities and our borders, and they are welcoming folks and sending out the message that the border is open and that we'll provide assistance. Their help comes even with legal guidance and cheat sheets for what to do when they get to wherever it is they'd like a free plane ticket to. My question to you, since they seem to not be interested in respecting our laws, are you aware of who's funding them?
Congressman, the pernicious enticement of individuals to come to the border at great danger is perpetrated by the smuggling organizations. They are the ones that traffic in misinformation and seek to exploit vulnerable people exclusively for profit.
So you don't think that opening up an operation where you're saying, if you'll get here, we'll pay for your way to wherever you want to go, we'll put you up in a hotel, we'll give you debit cards with money on it. You don't think that's an enticement?
Congressman, I believe that you are mischaracterizing the work of nonprofit organizations.
So they don't do that. So is it your testimony that nonprofit groups at the border do not provide financial assistance, they do not provide transportation across the United States, and they don't put them up in housing?
That is not my testimony, Congressman. As I have said...
Okay, so you agree that they do. Well, let me go back to my original question, which was, who's paying for this? Are you aware of who's funding these NGOs?
Congressman, to what NGOs do you refer? Because if you are...
I'll give you an example. Catholic Charities, Jewish Family Services, Lutheran Immigration, Refugee Services. My question is, are you aware of who is funding them and their operations at the border?
Congressman, we are grateful.
Are you aware of who's funding them, was my question.
Yes, and I'm answering your question.
Okay, who's funding them?
We are grateful for the appropriations that Congress have issued.
So the United States taxpayer is funding them, is what you're saying. Just to be specific, Catholic Charities received over $1.4 billion from the United States taxpayers for their operations encouraging illegal immigration. Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services reported it received $179 million in U.S. government grants. That makes up over 80% of their total support. So let me ask you this question. Since they're receiving this money, do you believe the number of grants and contracts awarded to NGOs is something that should be made known to the American taxpayer? Should that be public information? Should we know how much money they're receiving for their operations?
Congressman, we do make that information public. And what we do is when an individual makes a claim of credible fear under the asylum laws...
So the American taxpayer should know how many grants and contracts are awarded to the NGOs. That's a fair request, right?
As I mentioned, we do make that information
So
public.
so the American taxpayer should be aware of that information, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. If I wanted to know where these NGOs are sending illegals that are coming across that they're helping facilitate,
with financial support. Is that a fair ask? Is that something the American people should know, where these folks are going?
Congressman, you are mischaracterizing.
No, I'm not characterizing anything. I'm asking a question. Should the American people, should we know where they're being sent when they're entered into these organizations that are providing the assistance? Is that a fair ask?
Congressman, your question misstates the underlying facts. If I can explain what occurs.
Well, let me explain to you what occurred. I have requested for years, over 2 years, this information from Homeland. I've requested this information from Catholic Charities, Jewish Family Services, Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services, FEMA, 3 different airlines, and even hotels. Each request has gone unanswered. And it seems to me that if our taxpayer dollars are being used to fund an operation whereby we're encouraging illegal immigration, we're encouraging, through funding these organizations, people to make these deadly treks across our southern border, it seems to me that we should be able to get some answers to questions. And I'm really disappointed that I can't get answers to those questions. I can't even get acknowledgement from you about what's happening there when you've stated that you're partners with these organizations. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to, if we can, Mr. Secretary, we'll go 2 more fives, and then we'll take a break, if that's good with you guys. So let's go, I think the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And thank you, Secretary Mayorkas. And please express my thanks to all the good people under your watch and under your guidance in the Department of Homeland Security for what you do to keep us safe. 300 people a day. In this country, on average, 300 people a day die of overdose. We know that 80% of those, fentanyl poisoning. We have a serious problem. And I thank you for taking it seriously and doing what you can to interrupt and interdict the poisoning of Americans and interdict illicit drugs coming across our country. It wasn't so long ago, it was back in May, that I joined Representative Escobar at the border in El Paso, got to meet with really terrific folks doing this work. What I'd like to say is we have a serious problem, but we don't have folks on the other side of the aisle serious about solving it. When they blame you, you are responsible for every one of the fentanyl deaths. What a disservice and a disgrace to the families in my district who have lost children and who will lose children to this fentanyl poisoning. It is a disgrace for folks to just demonize you, demonize those coming across our border seeking refuge. Can you tell us, on average, what are the facts about what's coming across our border through ports of entry in terms of illicit drugs, specifically fentanyl?
Congresswoman, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection data evidences that more than 90% of the fentanyl that is brought into this country is trafficked through the ports of entry, which is why we have surged operations to those ports of entry to increase the interdiction of fentanyl that is causing so much death and destruction in our country.
And who is bringing it across?
I believe the data suggests that approximately 70% of the people arrested are U.S. citizens.
Which makes perfect sense. Would you put your resource for the cartels and those who are selling this, would you put that resource on the back of a migrant likely not to make it across so that you would be able to sell this valuable, deadly resource? It makes perfect sense. Coming mostly through ports of entry, coming mostly by way of Americans, American citizens. It's shocking. But the seriousness that is lacked on the other side, they don't want to hear the facts. They don't want to solve this problem. They don't want to save lives, because if they did, they'd stop demonizing you and they'd stop demonizing the migrant. Can you tell us about what you said in your testimony? In your words, you said fentanyl is one of the most urgent and lethal threats to American communities today. Could you tell us about Operations Blue Lotus and Four Horsemen that stopped nearly 10,000 pounds of fentanyl from entering the U.S.?
Congresswoman, these operations reflect a surge of personnel and technology to enhance our interdiction capabilities and to arrest the perpetrators of this trafficking. I served as a prosecutor for 12 years. I prosecuted cocaine traffickers, methamphetamine traffickers, even black tar heroin traffickers. we have not seen a drug as dangerous as fentanyl and other synthetic opioids. Their toxicity make it extraordinarily challenging, as well as the profitability and ease of manufacture. It is because of the extraordinary work of U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel, Homeland Security investigations personnel, other personnel throughout the Department of Homeland Security, working with our law enforcement and international partners, that we have been able to enhance and increase our interdiction and arrest capabilities, and we are seeing the results.
And I'd like to say, again, on the topic of seriousness, if my friends on the other side of the aisle were serious about saving lives from this fentanyl crisis, they would have voted for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which included $430 million of investment to modernize our ports of entry and to help improve CBP. Or maybe they would have, not a single person on the other side of the aisle, voted for the 2023 omnibus bill. All House Judiciary Republicans opposed. It funded additional staffing for CBP's ports of entry. They're not serious people. They don't want to solve this problem. I wear this band for Jake, the son of a friend of mine who died from fentanyl poisoning, and they said, please do something about it. I thank you for what you and your members are doing about it.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief and yield my time since I'm kind of wasting my time here. I'll be honest with you. Secretary Mayorkas, do you take full responsibility for all decisions of action or inaction made at your agency? Do you personally take full responsibility
For
all of the decisions made at your agency?
I am the Secretary of the Department.
So it means yes.
I bear ultimate responsibility for the decisions made.
Yes, okay. So you mentioned earlier that in your definition you have operational control of the border. Can you define what you mean by that?
What we mean, because under the Secure Fence Act, it means that not a single individual would cross the border. Under that definition, no administration has had operational control.
So what number do you have? 5 million, 10, if less than 5 or 10, or less than a couple 100,000 get away or more? I mean, what is your definition?
What we do, Congresswoman, is we
Do you have a number?
What we do is we look at the resources that we have available to us and ask ourselves, are we deploying those resources to achieve the most effective results for the American people? That is what we do, and we are hopeful, working with you and other members of this committee, to increase the funding for the Department of Homeland Security.
So fine, we hear funding, but I've been at the border and you've been at the border too. How would you grade your job on a scale of 0 to 10? How would you grade yourself?
Congresswoman, I am immensely proud to work.
How would you grade yourself?
Congresswoman, I am immensely proud to work with the men and women of the Department of Homeland
Yourself,
Security.
your job, not all of the women. I'm sure there are a lot of great men and women in your department. How would you rate your job as a head of your agency?
It is the honor of my life.
From 0 to 10, so you cannot grade it. How would grade your preparedness to this committee meeting on scale from 0 to 10? We ask information, you all these promises, letter. I'm not wasting my time. I'm sorry, I don't want to use bad word, what you can do with all these letters, because we keep giving money and sending letter and you tell us BS back. So how would you rate yourself, your preparedness to this committee?
It is the honor of my lifetime to work with the men and
From
women.
scale 0 to 10, how would you say how prepared you came to this hearing?
I will repeat what I said.
So you're not answering any questions. You are not answering any Republican question. Is it something that your intent to not respond to any questions of Republicans? You came with that intent.
That is incorrect, Congresswoman.
Well, you're not answering any questions.
It is.
I mean, every time I hear you say, we will, we shall, yeah, I don't know. You don't know any numbers. You don't even know how many people you actually, you prosecuted, how many people you deported. You're nothing. How can you say you know how your department is run? As executive, you don't know these numbers?
Congresswoman, let me share with you.
Well, you haven't shared anything useful here.
Let me share
I'm
with you.
sorry to tell you, I'll yield to Chairman Jordan because I'm not going to be wasting your time with this charade and circus. You do not have an intent to do that, and it is a serious national security issue. This border and cartels are stronger. A lot of money NGOs are making who knows what, and probably a lot of corruption over there. And we have a national security crisis, and you sitting here and saying, looking at us with very smiley face, it's unacceptable. But I yield to Chairman Jordan.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Secretary, of the 140 illegal aliens you've encountered who are on the terrorist watch list, again, this is Mr. Ice's question earlier in the day. What is the status of those 140 individuals?
First of all, let me allow the record to reflect that I'm not smiling, nor have I smiled.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, will you repeat your question, please?
The 140 individuals who've been encountered on the border who are on the terrorist watch list, what's the status of those individuals?
I believe that question already has been posed, and I mentioned to the chairman that we will provide that data to you.
Have any of them been released, I guess is another way of framing that.
Mr. Chairman, let me say this. Individuals who pose a threat to public safety or national security are detained pending their removal.
Well, that's not what the Inspector General said. He said CBP released a migrant on the terrorist watch list and ICE faced information sharing challenges planning and conducting the arrest. This is from Mr. Kufari, the Inspector General, DHS. You disagree with Mr. Kufari?
We respectfully do.
You do? Okay. I would yield my time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I've only got 25 seconds. I'll just say I don't have time for a question because you'll be elusive, but for the record, since we're stating things for the record, I've been in Congress 7 years. I think you're the most dishonest witness that has ever appeared before the Judiciary Committee. And I think I speak for a lot of my colleagues. This is such a frustrating exercise for us because our constituents want answers. They're tired of the open border. They're tired of people dying from fentanyl overdoses, and it's your fault. It's my time.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
No, there's no point of order in the middle of this. This is my opinion. I think it's shared by millions of American people.
Based on the
And you show no shame.
Chairman, this is based on the standard that the chairman set out in previous hearings. Calling a witness dishonest is over the line that you drew at a previous hearing.
I'm not pulling the words down. That speaks for the American people.
The chair now recognizes, I said to the secretary, we would go 5 more minutes, then give you a break. I know you've been at this 2.5 hours. I believe the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
I don't have a winter house yet, Mr. Chairman, but
I knew it was Maryland. I knew you were right.
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, I want to thank you for being here today. I do want to say a couple of things, though. I'm not trying to get too deep into this, but I know this is an oversight hearing. Unfortunately, though, the larger picture is that this is really about the effort to impeach you. I also serve on the Homeland Security Committee. And one of the members of that committee talked explicitly about the Republican effort to impeach you, the two committees working in coordination. He said something about, pay attention, you can get the popcorn and watch this because it's going to be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, you've been sort of thrust into the middle of that, and not your doing, but that's where we are. And there are also efforts, obviously, to impeach President Biden. I've seen articles of impeachment with respect to that. The first articles to impeach you came out 2 years ago. I'm not even sure you'd started unpacking in your office yet, but I do appreciate the fact that you're doing a very tough job under very difficult circumstances, and I want you to continue working forward on that. There's a couple of things that I hadn't really wanted to get into, but my Republican colleagues have made so much about it, and that's the CISA disinformation issue. And I know there are different views about that. We've done this on Homeland Security as well, but I do want to point out that I think there's an important role for the federal government to play in dealing with disinformation, and by that I mean false information. The Republican election deniers, including former President Trump, that's disinformation that needs to be addressed by the government. Not just to deal with it in the past, but because of upcoming elections. I know there are election officers across the country at the state and local level who've been trying to put together a plan to deal with these issues. A lot of the disinformation comes from overseas, but we get some of it here in the United States, even by national elected officials. Some are members here in the Congress. And I think it's important for us to address that to make sure that the elections that are done in 2024 are done in a way that's consistent with the law and that allows people to base their decisions on real information. And also, I want to say this too. I mean, the election deniers and the false information that's been put out there has put a lot of individuals at risk. Sometimes their lives have been threatened. These are people who are volunteer election judges, the state and local level across the country. Some of them had to move. There was one in Arizona I read about who, his life had been threatened. And it's not just the election
workers either. Nina Jankowicz, who was actually worked at DHS briefly, got the same kind of treatment. And so she came under attack, again, by, in some instances, members of the House Republican caucus, to the point where she ended up having to not only resign her job, but she had to hire a consultant to help her with personal protection. And this is while she was pregnant. She had to go to some of her appointments with her doctor in disguise because her life had been threatened to such an extent. I'll close with this. I think that there are a lot of things that I would love to see this commission address. I made a personal appeal several months ago to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about gun violence. I think you mentioned an aspect of that, which is domestic terrorism that's in some instances led to lone wolves committing mass killings. But we got a larger problem with it than that. But I can't get anybody to help me with the ghost guns issue. I've got a bill about raising the age for assault weapons from 18 to 21, which I thought would be a reasonable place to go, since we already have the raise the age place took place for handguns from 18 to 21 in the previous Congress and got bipartisan support. And you know, it would be important, I think, too, to look at some of the other critical issues the country's facing. Cybersecurity, if we're going to dabble in the Homeland Security world. China just hacked our Commerce Secretary, and in May, CISA was breached, Microsoft, and the NSA. So these are very important issues to the American people. I hope we can take a look at these. One last point on the immigration piece. I was in a meeting on Friday with a venture capitalist in New York, and one of the things he said was that he's having trouble getting the visas taken care of to bring talent over from overseas. These are, you know, high-tech jobs, engineers, and the like. So since he can't get it done in the United States, he's now setting up offices in Canada because they can get the job done there. I would love to see us address the immigration issue in a comprehensive way. Somebody mentioned H.R. 2 earlier, which I thought was kind of funny because Senate Republicans were telling us that that was going to be DOA when it got over there. So we know that's not a real solution. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. Mr. Secretary, we don't have to take a break unless you want it. If you want to keep going, we'll keep going. If you want a short break, we'll take a break.
I defer to the chairman.
Okay, well then we can sit right there and take questions. We appreciate that. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I reserve my right
of course,
if needed?
Of course.
Mr. Secretary, I want to go back to the operational control issue that came up first by the ranking member when Congressman Nadler brought it up. And you've addressed it, and I know that Mr. Roy worked through that again, but it's so important, and I think it's such a source of frustration because every time you turn on a TV, there is this imagery that continues, which is people coming across the border. And whether I was in McAllen or in San Diego sector or wherever I was, when you talk to Border Patrol or you talk to your employees, Homeland Security, none of them say, yeah, everything is going well and there is certainly an operational control in place. So even by the definition, which you brought up a couple times, the Secure Fence Act, I don't think anybody asked you again today directly, do you believe that we have operational control at the border right now?
Under the statutory definition.
Right, under the statutory definition, do we have it?
Under the statutory definition, Congressman, not a single individual can cross the border if one has operational control. Last year, approximately 1.7 million people crossed the border. We provide that information to Congress on a monthly basis. Under that definition, no administration has had operational control. What we do is ensure that the resources that we have are deployed most effectively to gain the greatest amount of control that we can. And I will tell you that the greatest resource that we have are the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security.
Right, but what I think I just heard you say was, right now, I heard about the previous administrations. You know, you already established, I guess, that there was not operational control. So right now, we do not have operational control of the border. Is it, can you tell me that right now to
under
this committee?
Under the definition of the Secure Fence Act,
right,
We do not, and no administration has, because that means that not a single individual crosses the border.
Okay, so we established that we do not have operational control right now.
Under the definition of the Secure Fence Act.
All right, so let me ask you a couple other questions, because I think there's certainly, I think, we're acquiring numbers right now that I think are changing the dynamic of where we're at. Are unlawful entries between the ports of entry down right now, do you believe? Or are they being measured differently than they had been prior to Title 42?
Prior to Title 42, the numbers are down, Congressman. And that is a function of the approach that we have taken to expand lawful pathways and then deliver consequences for individuals who do not.
The number that you're focused on? Or is it a number of individuals beyond those that even have contact with Border Patrol?
When we speak of, for example, the 2 weeks, let's just pick a period of time, the 2 weeks immediately preceding the end of Title 42 on May 12th. When we take those 2 weeks and we compare the numbers that we are experiencing now, we include not only the apprehensions in between the ports of entry, Congressman, but we also include individuals who are entering through the ports of entry using one of the critical lawful pathways that we include.
Found inadmissible at any ports of entry. Categorical parole, illegal aliens would also be part of that group. Is that not accurate? And then finally, gotaways. So there's three categories of individuals as well.
Our parole authority, which is a discretionary authority codified in statute in the Immigration and Nationality Act, is a discretionary authority that we employ on a case-by-case basis. What we do is we define categories of individuals who can access that, but we make the parole decisions on a case-by-case basis.
And then, so the actual total, these are the numbers that have been presented. 294,000 or 9,500 roughly a day right now are coming across. So do you think at any point that number is being padded? I don't know how else to describe it. Maybe that's not the best term. But it's changed significantly than the way things were being counted prior to Title 42.
No, Congressman, we don't pad numbers. We provide numbers. We act in the Department of Homeland Security with integrity and honor.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your honorable and selfless public service to our nation. As the only representative on this committee who was born, raised, and has lived on the border her entire life, I can say with absolute certainty that if we want to blame anyone for our broken immigration system, we should blame Congress. Those who yell the loudest about this issue in Congress need to take a long, good look in the mirror. For 37 years, Congress has failed to address our country's need for comprehensive immigration reform. Instead, we have followed the Republican playbook, which focuses on immigration solely as a border issue. We've spent hundreds of billions of dollars securing the border, and it has been
Article 11, Clause 2. The chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. The committee will continue to use the electronic system for recorded votes on amendments and passage of the bills before the committee. Of course, should any technical issues arrive, which I do not anticipate, we will immediately transition to traditional roll call votes. Any procedural or motion-related votes during today's markup will be dispensed with by a traditional roll call vote. Our first item for consideration is H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act. The clerk will please designate the bill.
H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act, a bill to require a citizenship question on the decennial census, to require reporting on certain census statistics, and to modify apportionment of representatives to be based on United States citizens instead of all persons.
Without objection, the bill should be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute offered to H.R. 7109 as offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill and the amendment. H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act, does two simple things. First, the bill requires the Census Bureau to include a citizenship question on the decennial census questionnaire. Second, the bill directs that this information be used to ensure fair representation by requiring only citizens be included in the apportionment base. My amendment in the nature of a substitute simplifies the citizenship question that would be asked on the census questionnaire. Are you a citizen of the United States? Yes or no? That's it. By requiring this question, the United States government will be able to collect accurate data on the makeup of our population. The Census Bureau currently estimates the non-citizen population using survey data from the census-administered American Community Survey, but that data is not based on the entire population. It's only an estimate and suffers from large margins of error. In the past, opponents of a citizenship question have raised concerns that such a question will discourage participation in the census. The theory being that some individuals will be reluctant to respond to the census, especially if they do not have a lawful immigration status. My amendment in the nature of a substitute does not require respondents to indicate what immigration status they have or any other related demographic information. We just want to know, very simply, are you a citizen or are you a non-citizen? It's an easy question. It isn't confusing, and it doesn't reveal anything about an individual's specific immigration status. Although the census will count and enumerate all individuals residing in the United States, H.R. 7109 would then ensure that only citizens are included in the apportionment base by which representation in Congress is allocated. According to American Community Survey estimates, there are over 22 million non-citizens residing in the United States and the District of Columbia. These are foreign nationals who have not naturalized and cannot vote in federal elections. Non-citizens comprise nearly 7% of the total population of the United States. 7%. But non-citizens are not evenly distributed among the states, and some states end up with greater representation in Congress based on a higher concentration of non-citizens. This dilutes the one-person, one-vote principle for citizens in states with fewer non-citizens. It is clear that Congress can and should ensure a fair apportionment based on equal representation of citizens. I want to thank Representative Edwards, a former member of this committee, for his leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I now recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. The solar eclipse showed us this week the breathtaking marvels of our solar system, but this hearing brings us crashing back down to earth with definitive proof that when it comes to Congress, there's really nothing new under the sun. Ex-President Trump already tried to include a citizenship question on the decennial sentence in 2020, and the effort failed both administratively and legislatively. And for obvious reasons, Section 2 of the 14th Amendment states that the apportionment of seats in the House of Representatives is based on a count of, quote, the whole number of persons in each state, persons being the all-encompassing category larger than that of voters or citizens, a point that was made clearly and emphatically by the unanimous Supreme Court in its 2016 decision in Evanwell versus Abbott. Like this legislation itself, Evanwell involved a challenge to congressional apportionment based on a total count of the entire population instead of a total count of the voter population. But Justice Ginsburg held for a unanimous court that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, quote, retained total population as the congressional apportionment base, unquote. She cited the speech made by Senator Jacob Howard upon introduction of Section 2 of the 14th Amendment in 1868, quote, the basis of representation is numbers. The committee adopted numbers as the most just and satisfactory basis, and this is the principle upon which the Constitution itself was originally framed, that the basis of representation should depend upon numbers. And such, I think, after all, is the safest and most secure principle upon which the government can rest. Numbers, not voters, numbers, not property. This is the theory of the Constitution. Justice Ginsburg cited lots of decisive legislative authority like this, including the floor statement of Representative James Blaine, who stated that, quote, "No one will deny that population is the true basis of representation. For women, children, and other non-voting classes may have as vital an interest in the legislation of the country as those who actually deposit the ballot." So for all of you textualists out there, the plain reading of the text of the Constitution is clear. For all of the constitutional originalists out there, the original purposes have been carefully articulated and never rebutted. For all of you members who like to follow precedent, well, every apportionment in the United States since 1990 has included every single person residing in the United States, not just those lucky enough to have been given the right to vote at different points. As the Evanwell Court noted, the 14th Amendment contemplates that, quote, "Representatives serve all residents, not just those eligible to vote." Just yesterday, the Census Bureau released a report that estimated the number of foreign-born residents in the United States is 46 million. 53% of those residents are naturalized. That means this bill would leave more than 20 million U.S. residents potentially uncounted and ignored. A population that has a higher labor force participation rate than the native-born population. These people are paying taxes, they're contributing to the economic well-being of the nation. The constitutional meaning is indisputable, a point which settles this for those who want to follow the Constitution. We should recess and go get some real work done rather than waste time on another bill that will never pass the Senate or get signed by the President and is an affront to the great radical Republicans who wrote the Constitution. Their party wrote the 14th Amendment. Their party was a pro-freedom, pro-union, pro-immigrant, and anti-know-nothing party. The census is essential to democracy. Just as the framers endorsed Tom Paine's common sense, they also endorsed a common census. But this bill would undermine the accuracy of the census, which may not be accidental. In the 2010 census, the undercount of Hispanics was 1.4%. In 2020, that number grew to 5%. Many observers credit that increase just to the Trump administration's effort to add a citizenship question to the census and all of the intense publicity and rumor surrounding that effort. The addition of a question about citizenship will deter many immigrants, not only undocumented, but persons with green cards and other forms of lawful status from completing the census. Many non-citizen immigrants who are seeking asylum or are refugees will avoid responding because of uncertainty over their status and fear of arbitrary law enforcement action. Extensive research shows that many residents wrongly believe the Census Bureau shares personal responses with other federal agencies. To be clear, it does not. Federal law prohibits it, but that pervasive worry has prevented some individuals from answering questions about immigration status or responding at all. Mr. Chairman, I oppose this legislation which dishonors the Constitution and the values of our nation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair, and let me respond to the ranking member's very eloquent writ, carefully read and prepared to be a part of the historical record as we debate this important bill. Let me say that the preservation of our representative republic is certainly not a waste of time. So please allow me to respond unscripted from the heart of America to the very well and carefully scripted agenda speak of my colleagues in the Democrat minority. The census, as determined by this body, has efforted to avoid accurate definition of the population densities of illegal men and women, illegal persons that are present in the United States. Yes, the census is to count every person. The problem is the level of illegal persons that now live within the continental borders of the United States has reached such a point that it thwarts the intended service of our representative republic in the House of Representatives, in the People's House. Prior to the Biden administration, it was well considered and well estimated that there were about 30 million illegals living within the United States. Took 240 years to get there. By the time President Biden leaves office, an additional, say, 15 million will have entered our country. You're talking about 45 million people. America, pay attention to this. 45 million illegals, that's 60 congressional seats. And where do you think those illegals are being drawn to live? In sanctuary states and sanctuary cities, densities of populations, which have advertised and welcomed and brought these illegal citizens there. Why? Why do you think this has been one of the core tenets of agenda of the Democrat Party? Is to thwart the very essence of our representative republic by stacking the deck during the census, whereby apportionment for congressional representation will be permanently shifted to sanctuary states and cities. 45 million illegals, that's 60 seats, America. When have you ever seen a 60-seat majority in this body? This is the game plan, man. It's a decades-long agenda to permanently transform this body into an extension of the Democrat Party's policies and liberal agenda. We must respond to this by using our congressional authority and mandating by law that, yes, we shall count every person during our census endeavors every 10 years. We shall fulfill our constitutional obligations as envisioned by the founders to count and document every person that lives within the United States of America. But we shall do so with accuracy and transparency and identify which of those persons living in our country are illegal. And we will adjust our apportionment laws to reflect the true intention of what apportionment was envisioned to be when our founders wrote the Constitution. That would be that apportionment was reflective of American citizens living within the United States. Our representative republic is at risk, and I fully support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Very good. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not a constitutional law professor like the ranking member is, but just reading the 14th Amendment text, it says that representatives shall be apportioned amongst the states according to their numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state. That's what the Constitution says. So, ranking member, I would be interested in your continued thoughts on if we could talk about precedent, we could talk about whether you're originalist, a textualist, but just reading the 14th Amendment, it says the opposite of what this bill seems to say. It clearly says that apportionment shall be on the whole number of persons in the state. And my sense from hearing you is that in order for example, Confederate states that were rejoining the Union to not ignore women or those that were recently emancipated or children or immigrants, that the radical Republicans put in place this amendment to say, no, you have to count everyone. You have to count everyone for representation. Everyone deserves representation.
You've got that right. And in fact, when the Constitution was first written, it was the southern states themselves who were insisting upon a total count of everybody, regardless of whether or not they were a citizen or a voter. And very specifically with respect to the population of enslaved people, because of the 3/5 compromise. They wanted to make sure that all of those people would count. The 3/5 compromise said that basically 60% of the slave population would be counted for the purposes of inflating the population basis in the southern states. So after the first census and reapportionment took place in 1800, there were a dozen members, new members who could be attributed in the South to the enslaved population. Now, the Northerners were saying, well, if you can't count them, or we shouldn't count them if they're not going to be given the right to vote and to run for office, but for these purposes and these purposes only, the southern states were saying, no, they should count so we can, arrive at this 3/5 compromise, which of course was an infamous concession to slave power and one of the things that led to the Civil War.
But at the end of the day, the Constitution clearly states the opposite of what this bill states. The Constitution already lays out how apportionment works and says you count the whole number of persons in each state.
The Supreme Court was unanimous on that point.
And I don't even see why they would have to rule on it. I mean, it just says it plainly there. Could we see any justification, any reason, any way that the Congress could legislate something that's directly opposite of what's in the Constitution?
Well, as I understand their bill, it might not directly contradict what the Supreme Court said because they're asking for a question, are you a citizen? My good friend from Louisiana makes an eloquent pitch for the idea that we should want to know who's an illegal, but you know what? There's nothing even in their bill that would allow us to determine who's an illegal because it's just asking the question, are you a citizen? It's not asking, what your status is.
Well, this might be a question then for the authors or its proponents. My understanding is the bill not only adds the citizenship question to the census, but actually does aim to change apportionment.
It does, yeah, and that part does violate directly the Constitution itself and everything the Supreme Court has said about it, to the extent that it would change apportionment in addition to adding this question. It really violates the Constitution, and I would hope at least that part of it, my friends, would withdraw, because the Supreme Court's been very clear, and I've always thought that both sides of the aisle want to try to adhere to what the Constitution clearly says.
I'm befuddled by this part, because I don't even know whether the Supreme Court, how much the Supreme Court would even have to weigh in when it seems to be a sentence that a fourth grader could read in the Constitution.
The reason why the founders of the Constitution were so adamant about it is that when the country started, of course, the franchise was left up to the states, but the vast majority of people couldn't vote. Not just enslaved people, but women couldn't vote, people without property couldn't vote, most people couldn't vote, and still they felt that what counted, bless you, Mr. Chairman, I mean, what counted was who would be represented, so there would be equal numbers of people represented, even if not all of them could vote.
Right. In each congressional district, you have to take care of a similar number of people. And I think what seems to be at the core of this, which Mr. Higgins laid out, was the idea that Democrats, for some reason, are trying to, quote-unquote, import voters or import people to increase numbers, when the much more simple explanation is that we are all trying to manage the complexity of foreign policy, local policy, and immigration. And we're all trying to work on that, and I would hope that we actually, in good faith, try to talk about the fact that how do we deal with the fact that people are being displaced in massive numbers in the Western Hemisphere? How do we make sure that folks can migrate legally? Those are the real questions we should be engaging in, rather than putting up these grossly inflated numbers that I've found absolutely no evidence behind that number of folks being present in the United States. And as those numbers continue to grow, it's really on Congress to deal with reducing those numbers by giving folks actually a pathway to citizenship and legal residency, as President Reagan once did. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona for 5 minutes, and we'll go to Mr. Palmer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So just a brief discussion on Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, which was so discussed just a moment ago by my friends across the aisle. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. That's the provision, and I was told just a minute ago that every fourth grader could understand that. So my question would be, and it's just rhetorical here, is every tourist that happens to be in your state, is every college student that happens to be in your state, do they go to the census so they can be apportioned? Does every business traveler who happens to pass through your state during that time of the decennial census, do they get counted? Because, I mean, it says their respective numbers, counting the whole number. So how many times, if you're a business traveler and you're traveling during the decennial census taking time, like I do, like most of you do, how many states are you going to get counted in? Because you're in a plethora of states. So the point is, you need to actually take a look at Section 5 of the 14th Amendment as well, which talks about Congress's duty to enforce by appropriate legislation. And I would suggest that this bill is appropriate legislation in trying to help us get a better grasp on the census. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, I have 3 articles I'd like to submit for the record. Apportionment in the census, fundamental fairness to U.S. citizens and democratic process. Another one called including non-citizens in census, and another one called the foreign-born share highest in history.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So when we consider this, I also we heard this discussion. No, nobody ever would suggest that you're okay with the open border because you're trying to recruit, new voters. I can't help but remember that during the 2010 decennial census period, I had a good friend. I won't say, I use that loosely like we always do. My Latino friend, Democrat, I was in Senate leadership. He was on my side. He was in Senate leadership on the other side. And we were talking about the coming election. He said, Andy, enjoy it while you can. Because within 4 years, demographically, we will take over. Because of the Latino population coming from south of the border, we will take over. Everything's going to start getting reapportioned as well. Now, maybe that was a point of candor. That's the reason that I'm not revealing his name, although I wrote his name down here. But that statement was made. And I never forgot that statement when I hear people say, oh, no, this doesn't, nobody makes that calculation. Sure they do. Sure they do. At least in Arizona they did. So what I would tell you that is I think this bill is so important because if you live in a state like mine that sits on the border, and we have a real transitory populace as well, so that would be the interesting thing too. The city of Yuma, for instance, it doubles in size for about 5 months out of the year. You know why? Very pleasant weather in the winter versus very harsh weather in Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, because that's where most of those people are coming down from. In my community, we pick up at least 100,000 plus, maybe 200,000 sometimes, of winter visitors coming down. So when you say, well, we got to count the whole number, yeah, you have to count the whole number. But are you suggesting that they should be included in apportionment? Is that what you're suggesting? Because that's what it seems like you're suggesting. But the reality is, it's much more complicated than just counting somebody and saying, yeah, they're going to be counted, and we're going to include them in the apportionment in Arizona. I actually have friends that do nothing but travel around. I wouldn't do it. I don't dig that, but that's what they like doing. Multiple states. You going to count them? No. So what I would suggest to you is Section 5 of the 14th Amendment also allows us to regulate, and that's what this bill is getting at. It is a meaningful, thoughtful way to regulate the counting of persons in your respective states, which is essential because the very purpose of the census was reapportionment every 10 years. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always appreciate intelligent debate, and I think that this is an opportunity to have intelligent debate. First of all, the founders never anticipated admitting mass numbers of people in the United States illegally. As a matter of fact, it's a crime to enter the country illegally under Section 1325 in Chapter 8 of the U.S. Code. It's a misdemeanor to enter the country illegally. But here's the interesting part is that Section 1326, re-entry, after having been picked up and sent back, is a second-degree felony with imprisonment up to 2 to 20 years. And I want to go back to the 14th Amendment and the fact that the compromise that was reached with our founders included not counting untaxed Indians as part of the census. But that was before the 14th Amendment. But in the 14th Amendment, it says that that anyone participating in a rebellion, which was clearly directed at those who fought for the South, or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion to which the number of such male citizens shall have been involved, shall bear to the number. So my question is, should we count people who have committed a second-degree felony by reentering the country illegally for purposes of representation? Because clearly the 14th Amendment prohibits that. They committed a crime. And again, I want to emphasize that our founders never anticipated bringing in mass numbers of illegals to improve a state's representation in Congress. That would never have been considered a legal proposition by our founders. So there are a number of issues here that I think are seriously not being considered. In the Compromise of 1787, the reason that we have 2 senators was because the smaller states were at a disadvantage in representation in government to the larger states. So that's how we wound up with 2 senators for each state to offset that. So when you're admitting millions of people into the country illegally, some of whom who have committed, and many of them who have committed second-degree felonies, and allowing states to declare themselves sanctuary states in violation of federal law, by the way, that gives them a distinct advantage in representational opportunities. So I support this bill. I hate that it's come down to this, but I think that we're in a situation, like I said, unanticipated by our founders, that we as members of Congress, for the long-term benefit of the nation, need to address intelligently. And I think that recognizing the fact that we cannot allow people to continue to enter the country illegally is long-term not the way we want to handle immigration. It's certainly not the way we want to consider how many people, how many members of Congress each state can get by counting people who, as I said, millions of whom have committed second-degree felonies. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, in my opinion, a horrific bill and effort. We know that a complete and accurate count of the census is incredibly important for our function of government and to support every single person in this country. We're hearing all sorts of, in my opinion, just backwards arguments, arguments that are nearing talking about the Great Replacement theory, and really, I think, undermining the value that immigrants and every person make in this country. I just want to make an important note. I served as mayor of my community for 8 years before coming to Congress, and having an accurate count of every single person that is in your community is critical to the services you provide all of those individuals. And we know that changing the census in this way would lead to massive undercounts in states like California, but in every state across the country. Census counts impact the health care and how you're able to provide it. It impacts funding for public schools. And just recently, it impacted how much support we got during the pandemic. A census count basically impacts federal dollars and how many dollars we get to take on federal emergencies, how we respond to people that need health care during a pandemic. And so much of our public services are dependent on an accurate count, from how kids learn, from how seniors access health care, from how many emergency trucks can come in and respond to a crisis, to how many shots and vaccines a community will get during a pandemic is all dependent on an accurate count from the census. And so this effort is nothing but a way to separate out people that need services and really will lead to not counting every single person in this country, which we know is also unconstitutional. And so I think it's really shameful that we have this effort. I think this moves our country backwards. It certainly, in my opinion, is a direct attack, especially on undocumented people in this country. And I think this is all because, unfortunately, of the rhetoric that Donald Trump has really grown and infected across this country. I also want to note that just a couple of points. The Brookings Institute found that undercounting Latinos by just 3% could result in almost $1 billion loss for Medicaid. This is real dollars for people that need our support across the country. A 2% undercount of Latinos would result in $20.5 million for SNAP, and with more than 3,000 fewer households receiving SNAP benefits, which we know are incredibly important for people across this community. So it's important to set the record straight. All people in this country should be counted, and this idea that somehow this is not going to impact the count is completely ridiculous. We also know that mixed families in this country would also have concerns about the way they are counted in the census, which would lead to an additional undercount of all people in this country. And so I strongly oppose this effort, as do groups across this country, and certainly as would mayors and governors and states across America that depend on an accurate count of all people to receive the services that they need for their community. With that, I yield.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
Thank you for your strong statement. A congressional hearing, at the very least, should not be the source of confusion and misinformation. So I want to clarify a few things based on questions or doubts that were raised by some of my colleagues. First of all, college students who live in student housing are counted as being residents there rather than at their domicile. So yes, if a student comes from Alabama but goes to Arizona State University, they are counted at college if that is where they're domiciled.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yeah, well, sure.
Yeah. That's if they're living on campus.
Correct.
And what about those who temporarily live off campus, such as at the University of Arizona, where more than half the students live off campus, or at Northern Arizona University, where more than half the students aren't?
The rules of the census are that they are counted where they live and sleep most of the year. So if they're living there 9 months, they would be counted at the private apartment they're renting.
Jamie,
that's the rule. So yes.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
So is your point, Ranking Member Raskin, that a person can only be counted once, namely in the place of their domicile?
Correct. And there are answers to the various questions that were raised. Someone who's a foreign business traveler is not counted as part of our census. Someone who's in prison is counted at the prison that they're in, which actually, there's studies show that this inflates and increases
Would the gentleman yield for just one more second?
Sure.
That kind of gets around the point I was making, which is that the gentleman was quoting the 14th Amendment talks about every person is counted. And you're basically saying now there are rules that prevent some people from being counted and that provide for others to be counted. That's what this bill's doing. Yield back.
Okay.
Gentleman's time's expired.
That makes, I mean, no offense, that makes no sense. I mean, you get counted one time. So
Chair,
you're not getting double counted.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Donaldson from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. This is actually a pretty interesting debate. First of all, this is a good bill. We should support this measure. for a number of reasons. Number one, I'm glad that the members are bringing up the 14th Amendment. This is actually quite critical because at the writing of the 14th Amendment, even though its thought has been expanded to encapsulate many things in American society, the original premise of the 14th Amendment was for black slaves who were no longer slaves and now were dual citizens of the United States. So then, if you're going to now go towards the act of apportionment, yeah, they have to be counted because now they are citizens of the United States because slavery was at an end. That is the purpose of the 14th. The issue we're facing in America today is not that you have people who have come to the United States either A, illegally, or B, through what I would call abuses of federal law by President Biden coming into the United States in massive amounts. If you count them for the apportionment base, they are not citizens of the United States. They do not have the legal authority to vote in our elections in the United States, yet we are going to count them for the purposes of setting congressional districts in the United States? That makes no sense. The bill is clear. People are still counted if they're not citizens, but they are not used in the calculation for setting apportionment. And that is a key distinction. To my colleague on the other side who mentioned that inaccurate counts lead to things, they impact schools, they impact hospitals, they impact benefits in local communities and in states all through the country. That's correct, which is why we shouldn't go down the pathway of importing millions of people into our country, either ignoring federal law, flouting federal law. We should not do that because it does impact the communities in our country in negative ways. There are young kids in the United States who are not getting the education they deserve because now you have other children in these classrooms who have less education or no education and don't even speak English or in a lot of respects even Spanish. They speak other languages. And so now resources are having to be moved around from those kids who are United States citizens. These are major implications.
Sir, will you yield for a question?
Hold on, I got a couple points to make, and I'll yield to a question. You have Denver, Colorado. 5% of Denver's population is now made up of illegal immigrants. They are overwhelming the hospital system in Denver, Colorado. So yes, when you have these actions from a chief executive who is not faithfully executing immigration and border security law, he is not. When that happens, there has to be a response from Congress, which is where Section 5 of the 14th Amendment does come into play. This is a good piece of legislation because what we cannot have now is the precedent where you just have massive flows of people being brought to us by the drug cartels and by the coyotes. Let's be honest about what's happening. And then we say we're now going to use that to be the basis for accounting and allowing for apportionment of congressional districts when these same people cannot vote. They cannot. So this is a good bill. We should support this bill. And what we should not do is, frankly, gaslight the American people into thinking that we are now somehow changing apportionment, because even the framers of the Constitution or the writers of the 14th Amendment would have never allowed for non-citizens to this massive amount to be counted for the purposes of setting congressional districts. And I would say the ranking member spoke to that when he did talk about the history of the 3/5 compromise at the onset of the United States Constitution. I'll yield to a question.
Thank you. Look, I think we can have a debate about immigration and what proposals are, and I agree nobody wants just endless flows of folks that we can't actually manage and control. Nobody's arguing for that. But we have to understand that in this country, the counting of every single person impacts every single type of government service that's provided through the states and through cities. So what you're really arguing about is that young kids in classrooms or seniors that are in hospital beds or people that are trying to recover from massive pandemics and emergencies would not get support because they wouldn't be counted through the one system that our government uses to provide public services to all people in this country.
So, Mr. Garcia,
regardless of how a child may have
Mr. Garcia, I got to reclaim my time because I got 15 seconds to respond. The bill allows for the count. You're just not counted in the base for apportionment. And that's a clear delineation from the argument that you were making. We cannot make people fill out the census. We do not have the police powers to do so.
And this would make less people fill the census.
Mr. Garcia,
So
I yielded to you, but now I'm
a
finished.
You're right, you're right.
We do not have police powers to make people fill out the census. We have American citizens who do not fill out the census. We have to do the right thing when it comes to apportioning congressional districts, because that does impact the representation of the American people, the voting population, the citizens of the United States, and frankly, people who are in our country illegally or do not have citizenship status do not also have the ability to impact the political nature of the United States. That flies in the very basis of representative republic and a representative democracy. I yield.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Krishnamurti from Illinois for 5 minutes.
So I just have a question of ranking member asking. So does this bill basically say that apportionment would not happen even based on the number of non-citizens who might be here legally, such as green card holders or H-1B visa holders or others who contribute mightily to our country?
Yes, it does.
So my problem with this is we are basically using this as a tool to prevent representation given to anyone, even if they are here legally, even if they are on the path to citizenship, even if they are contributing to our country, and even if they are Americans.
Yeah. I mean, our colleagues, I'm afraid to say, are evincing no familiarity with any of the relevant materials in this field. The Supreme Court has been very clear about this, and the founders were very clear. There are lots of people who are not voters who get counted in the census. Start with children. Do we think children should not be counted in the census because they're not voters? That makes no sense. One of our colleagues said that the founders never anticipated that you would have huge numbers of people who couldn't vote who are being counted. Of course they did. The vast majority of Americans couldn't vote when the country started.
That's not what my colleague said.
But then I stand corrected. What did he say?
He said the founders never anticipated this volume of illegals.
Okay, well, I will take on.
He didn't say that they don't twist my colleague's words.
Fair enough that you're very valiant to rise to his defense. I will answer that misnomer on his part then. If what he said, they never anticipated that number of illegal people, there was no immigration law when the Constitution was adopted at all. In fact, the only illegals in the country, at least according to the native population, were the people writing the Constitution.
There was no federal law at all.
Exactly.
The ranking member knows this. He's being cute.
No.
There was no federal law.
Mr. Higgins, can I reclaim my time, sir? I'm
yes.
sorry. The baton got passed a few times here. I want to reclaim my time. So I can't wait to introduce my bill with Congresswoman Mace. But I just want to close with one thing, which is we have to remember that there are people here in our districts who may not be able to vote, but who matter.
Well,
they don't get counted, but they count.
They count not only to us, but they certainly count in the eyes of the founders. And look, every period of American history, there have been different periods of xenophobia and anti-immigrant fervor towards Germans, towards Irish, towards Mexicans, you name it. Okay, so there's nothing unusual about what we're going through where people want to whip up hysteria about the foreign-born. And in fact, you can find lots of periods in American history where there was a greater percentage of foreign-born people in the country than there are today. And it also stimulated the same kinds of political movements that some of our colleagues identify with.
Mr. Raskin, I'm one of those people. I was born abroad. I'm one of the few naturalized citizens in Congress. And so this is a personal issue to me when you say, or not you, but others say that my family would not have counted for purposes of political representation, even though we are fully part of the fabric of this country.
Yeah, and I would add to that only that some of my colleagues would probably be stunned to find that the founder of their party, Abraham Lincoln, and lots of Republicans in the 19th century believed in giving non-citizens the right to vote as a way to train them for complete citizenship. In fact, Lincoln was roundly denounced for defending non-citizen voting by Democrats. in the 19th century. But the idea was basically give non-citizens the right to vote in local elections as a training ground for them to become citizens of the United States. So they're just demonstrating their unfamiliarity with the actual history of their own party and the history of our country. This is a nation that was founded by people who were open to immigration. And Tom Paine said America would become an asylum to humanity, not an insane asylum, but a place of refuge for people fleeing from political and religious and economic oppression, seeking greater opportunity. And that's what America is.
So what do you think is really going on with this bill?
Well, I know that they've not read the relevant Supreme Court authorities, but basically what they want to say is that non-citizens, I don't know where they are on children and other people who can't vote, but they want to say that non-citizens, including lawful non-citizens, permanent residents, green card holders, should not be counted, which creates, as our colleague was saying, tremendous problems for understanding where the population is and how to serve programmatically the population.
Thank you. Now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Interesting dialogue here. The bottom line is that we're trying to get to the point where we understand legality and who is going to be a citizen. I would hope that the gentleman from California would not think that we were against his family voting if they were citizens, to be counted if they were citizens. But it would be less than, I would be less than candor if I didn't say, I believe that what's happening today comes a lot from taking advantage of this politically to bring 10 or 20 million people into this country, to move them to areas that American citizens have moved away from because their onerous way in which they legislate and tax and diminish those boundaries in political divisions such as New York and other places, and to crowd 20 million people into these areas just for the purpose of politics as opposed to the rule of law is, I think, really what this point's about. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the remaining time I have to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds.
I want to thank my colleague from Texas. I think that this debate is moving into an area typically where congressional debate goes into. Let's be very clear about what the bill does. For the 5th time, the count of people in the country would still occur, whether you're on a green card status or whatever the status are, or either if you have no status. But for the purposes of apportioning congressional districts, non-citizens would not apply to forming congressional districts. Not the count, not getting the numbers in various jurisdictions that deal with grant programs, funding programs, et cetera, that come from the federal government, or to help states plan accordingly for state budgets or localities planning for local budgets. That would not change. In the United States, we have no ability to force people to fill out the census. Like I said earlier, we don't have that ability. People fill it out because they choose to. Now, of course, we do ads during the Super Bowl and sporting events every single 10 years because we want people to fill out the census, but there are citizens who don't fill it out. You should not, it is unwise to count people for the purposes of setting representative districts in the House of Representatives who do not have the capability to vote because they are not citizens of the country. That doesn't mean you don't count them for all the various things. To a secondary point, it is actually the Republican Party that has always wanted to have legal immigration. What we don't want, and I find it interesting I have to make this comment constantly, but I will, and that's fine. What we do not want is what the President of the United States has foisted on the American people during his presidency. Right now, Joe Biden. This is what we don't want because it is damaging, frankly, inner city communities more than any other portion of the country. And based upon the current makeup of Congress, most inner cities are not represented by Republicans. They are represented by Democrats. And that is where the vast majority of the issues set around funding not being able to now meet the need because of massive illegal immigration by ignorance of the law of the President of the United States. Last thing I will say. with respect to what President Lincoln might have wanted, with respect to allowing non-citizens to vote in local elections, it's okay to disagree with a former Republican president. I disagree with that with President Lincoln. I do not think that is wise. I think that the only people who should be able to make political decisions within the framework of a representative government are the citizens of that government, of that nation.
Well,
I don't vote in Mexico if I was going to be in Mexico. I don't vote in Spain if I was going to be in Spain. And they wouldn't want me to vote there because I'm not a citizen of those countries. That is not xenophobia. That's common sense. And what has happened, oh no, I yielded before, I'm not yielding now, but thank you. What has happened to the debate around immigration, border security, around now apportionment and the census, is that if you have a legitimate point about how the business of the United States should run that is different from the current Democrat Party's vote, you are now xenophobic and don't care about immigrants. That is a lie. Let me also say, I would add that my current colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they have forgotten what their party actually used to stand for when it came to illegal immigration and immigration writ large. Because they actually did believe in secure borders and only a legal process and not massive amounts of illegal immigration. And that has changed fundamentally from where the Democratic Party was even 2 decades ago.
Will the gentleman yield?
With that, well, my time's up. I can't yield anymore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really can't believe this is the debate that we're having today, that we all simply that we want to do is when we're doing the census, find out if we are polling citizens or non-citizens. We even watered it down not to offend the left and say, are you illegal? That's not what we're asking here. And when our districts are drawn at the federal level for congressional districts, you all know that it's based on population. You all know handily that you get an advantage when you're including illegal aliens, illegal immigrants, and non-citizens in the population census. We also know that the left wants illegals to vote in our elections. We've seen legislation drafted as such at the federal and state level. We've seen court rulings that would allow illegals to vote in our elections. That's what this is about. And you guys just want to sit here and not put our citizens first. I mean, the fact that this is the debate we're having today and you guys are going to vote against this bill overwhelmingly is just so shocking to me. I think we should have, I think when we're doing the census, we should absolutely know and count citizens versus non-citizens. We should only be drawing district maps based on who are citizens in our country. That is the fairest way to move forward. And I think it should be truly nonpartisan. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members wish to be heard? The question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is now on favorably reporting H.R.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote if I could, Mr. Chairman.
It's the, yeah. We'll do one more.
You're going to postpone it? Yeah, we'll run favorably. That's fine.
That was the A&S.
Oh, there's
okay.
A&S.
All right. Okay. We'll do the bill now. The question is now on favorably reporting H.R. 7109 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill is ordered favorably reported as amended.
Yes. I'd like to request a recorded vote,
please. The
please.
gentleman from Maryland request a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered as previously announced. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 7868, the FEHB Protection Act. The clerk will please designate the bill.
H.R. 7868, the FEHB Protection Act, a bill to require the Director of the Office of Personnel Management to take certain actions with respect to the health insurance program carried out under Chapter 89 of Title V and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill should be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7868 is offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the substitute will be considered as original text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for statement on the bill and the amendment. The Federal Employee Health Benefits Program provides quality health insurance coverage for nearly 8 million federal employees, retirees, and their family members. With nearly $60 billion in combined annual premiums paid by the government and enrollees, this committee has a vested interest in ensuring the program is free of waste, fraud, and abuse. In 2022, the GAO released a report that found ineligible family members enrolled in federal health plans. According to the Office of Personnel Management Inspector General, the enrollment of ineligible family members may cost as much as $3 billion in improper or fraudulent payments annually. This bill incorporates solutions from GAO's report to better prevent, identify, and reduce fraud, waste, and abuse resulting from enrolling ineligible family members in the federal health plan. First, this bill requires
agents are pulled off the front line to process and then release the majority of illegal migrants into the United States. The cartels, being very clever, they've shifted their tactics to exploit the vulnerabilities that those personnel shifts and shortfalls have created. In your testimony, you also note that in fiscal year 25, the budget request includes critical investments in the fight against fentanyl, specifically the non-intrusive inspection technology, and you mentioned that in your verbal testimony. Yet when I reviewed the budget justifications for that program, it says that the FY25 budget does not provide procurement funding for this investment, although it does request level funding for operations and support. I didn't see the roughly $300 million that purportedly is necessary to install the scanners used to detect drugs and other contraband that have been purchased and are sitting in a warehouse that are literally collecting dust as you and I are sitting here in this hearing room. This is something that just totally frustrates and concerns me. When I visited the border in Arizona just this last February, one of our own Border Patrol agents, in answer to my question, told me this directly. We do not control the border. The cartels control the border. The cartels determine who, when, and where people cross our border. Even more concerning, a local resident told me that him and his neighbors don't even lock their doors anymore because smugglers, illegal migrants, they come through the area, break into homes, take whatever they want, they steal clothing, they steal food. People have resorted to just leaving stuff out on their patios and leaving their doors unlocked to try to prevent the damage of people breaking in. I think that's just, to have fellow citizens going through that on a daily basis, to me, is unconscionable. This federal fentanyl epidemic, it's fueled through the southwest border. Over 50% comes through Arizona alone. How can, better yet, why can the department justify this? Tell me, are you working with Mexican authorities to do what I see two important things? Stop fentanyl precursors from coming from Mexico, and number two, prevent waves of migrants from physically rushing the border. What are some of the specific and tangible actions?
Congressman, I'll answer very briefly in the limited time we have, but I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you outside of this hearing to talk about the work that we are doing with Mexico, both in the fight against fentanyl and to ensure that individuals who seek to arrive at our border are interdicted before they reach our border. But we are working very closely with Mexico, and not only with Mexico, to interdict the flow of precursor chemicals, as well as the pill presses and other equipment used to manufacture fentanyl into this hemisphere. And I will share with you, I share your concern, Congressman Newhouse, because for 12 years I was a federal prosecutor battling the trafficking in substances as serious as cocaine and black tar heroin, and we've seen nothing like the toxicity and fatality of fentanyl, and we have to battle it together. And this is a scourge that has been growing for years. I believe it was in 2020 that there were 57,000 overdose deaths. This is not a new phenomenon. It is a years-long phenomenon, and we need to work together to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Newhouse. We now recognize Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the discretionary budget this year is $62.2 billion. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And the request last year was $60.4 billion as it relates to discretionary spending. Is that correct?
I believe so, Congressman.
You stated in your opening statement that there was an insufficient budget, that we were not giving you the funds necessary for you to be able to carry out your job and the men and women who serve under you. Last year, you requested $60.4 billion, and Congress appropriated $61.8 billion. So we actually appropriated more money than you asked for. When you look at what you're asking for this year versus what we appropriated last year, those numbers are very similar. There is not a huge discrepancy between $62.2 and $61.8 billion. And as I look through the individual items that you requested, one of the things that Ms. Henson brought up were detention beds. Congress this year funded 41,500 detention beds, but yet you're only requesting 34,000 detention beds. And you also referenced the Senate bill. In the Senate bill, you said the Senate bill, which never passed out of the Senate, but was a bill in which they were debating as part of the overall funding package, you said would have funded 50,000 detention beds. And I'm assuming you supported the Senate bill, did you not?
Oh, I hope you would have as well.
Well, if it would have come over here, I would have been happy to have looked at it, but unfortunately, it never made it out of the Senate, so the House did not have a chance to review the legislation. So do you support then the 50,000 detention beds that would have been in the Senate bill?
In the context of the bipartisan Senate bill, yes.
All right, but yet you're asking for some 16,000 less detention beds and actually 7,500 less detention beds than we currently fund. And you talk about expedited removal, and you say that people who are in detention often have expedited removal. And so if the intent is to those individuals who don't need to be here, to remove them from the country sooner rather than later, and we know about the immigration courts and the backlog and all the problems that we face, putting people in detention expedites their removal from the country generally, does it not?
Congressman, a few things. Number one, remember that when we fund detention beds, we also have to fund personnel. It is part of a...
Do you need more money for personnel? I want to know what you need to fund more detention beds, because to me it seems asinine, Mr. Secretary, that we're going to ask for less detention beds when we see a record surge in immigration, when we see a record number of orders of removal that have been issued by the court, but yet we're saying that we don't need detention beds if we're going to, one, prevent people from coming into the country, or if we're not going to prevent them once they're here and once there is a final disposition of their case, if we're going to seek to remove them. Okay. And I'm very concerned about that fact. I'm very concerned that you're asking not only for less than we funded this year, but you're asking for substantially less than the Senate bill, which you said that you agreed with.
Congressman, a few points. Number one, as I articulated earlier, our fiscal year 25 budget request was submitted before Congress passed the fiscal year 2024 budget.
What number do you need? Is 34,000, is that the number that you need right now?
We are committed to working with Congress to sustain the 41,500 beds that Congress funded.
If that's the number, why didn't you put that in your budget? Why are you substantially underselling the number of detention beds and then making Congress come in and bump those numbers up? If those are the numbers you need, if those are the appropriate numbers, Mr. Secretary, I would ask that you put those numbers actually in your budget and that you ask Congress to fund that. And that you don't expect us, that we're just going to plus up those numbers, and so you leave those numbers artificially low. Now, one last thing, and I know my time is running short, so in an effort to make sure that I save time for other members, Fox News is reporting that there is going to be a possible executive order issued by the president. This says to shut down the border by the end of the month. Are you aware, are you in any discussions with the president about executive orders that would relate to border security and or immigration?
Congressman, we are consistently evaluating what options are available to us. We do that on a regular basis. I will share with you that executive action, which is inevitably challenged in the courts, is no substitute for enduring solution, if I may, for the enduring solution of legislation that will fix what everyone agrees is a broken immigration system.
And as a secretary, do you believe that the president has the power to issue executive orders that would deal with border security and or immigration?
We have actually implemented executive orders by way of very critical and effective regulations, and I would be pleased to speak with you about those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. We now recognize Dr. Harris.
Thank you very much. And first at the top, I want to make sure that you convey my thanks to the Coast Guard for what they're doing in the Port of Baltimore. Their response was tremendous. I mean, getting that port reopened is important. Obviously, it's a multi-agency effort. Coast Guard is playing a very important role, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers. So I want to convey my thanks.
Thank you, Congressman. I will do so.
I'm going to ask you a question that has come up because the FBI director has testified before Congress that he wasn't certain whether or not there were undercover operatives, FBI operatives, working on January 6th in the crowd. But an undercover journalist with Sound Investigations released a video you may be aware of in the last 2 days of a CIA official, former FBI member, actually saying, yes, there were. So I'm going to ask you a simple question. Were there undercover officers or agents from the Department of Homeland Security or paid informants in the crowd on January 6th?
Congressman, I don't know the answer to that question. I will follow up with you.
Wow is all I can say. Was Ray Epps a paid informant?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with those facts. I'd be very pleased to get them to you.
Thank you very much. And is it the policy of the Department of Homeland Security, because I understand it is the policy of the FBI, to actually have undercover individuals at these events to kind of keep them in control, to allow people to peacefully exert their First Amendment rights while kind of, calling attention to people who might interfere with that? So is it the policy of the Department of Homeland Security to have undercover agents or officers or paid informants at events like that?
Events like?
Like a large protest somewhere. Where people attempt to exert their First Amendment rights.
Congressman, that is not where we focus our undercover.
Okay, but if you get the answers to me on the other one, I'd appreciate that about January 6th, whether or not you had agents there. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the OIG. The OIG has complained that they attempt to get things from the Department of Homeland Security. I'm going to ask this letter to Chairman Green from January 17th from the OIG to be entered into the record, where she points out that the department over the past few years has used the excuse of the Privacy Act and the Presidential Records Act to withhold information from the OIG. Now, the purpose of the OIG, as you know, is Congress. We think the OIGs are important to keep an eye on the individual departments, and we would hope that the departments would always cooperate with their OIGs, because otherwise it looks a little suspicious. So do you agree that the Privacy Act and the Presidential Records Act, in fact, do not affect the ability of the department to transfer information to the OIG?
Congressman, let me assure you that we cooperate fully with the Office of Inspector General, and we also appreciate the importance of the Inspector Generals in making sure our department is as efficient and effective as it can be.
Is your Inspector General Joseph Kafari?
Yes, he is.
But in this letter, he says you're not cooperating.
And
I'll enter in, Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like that entered into the record.
Congressman, I respectfully disagree with the Inspector General.
Well, that's why we have Inspector Generals, to actually keep an eye on the departments. And we expect when the department is doing something that they want to cover up, that they're not going to cooperate with the Inspector General. And then they're going to claim that they cooperate with the Inspector General. That's our cop on the beat. That's our cop on the beat, watching the cops on the beat. Okay?
Congressman, assuredly, you are speaking of a department different than ours when you characterize that type of behavior.
That's not what the letter kind of indicates. Anyway, the last thing I want to talk about in the last remaining minute is the effect of offshore wind on search and rescue missions for the Coast Guard, because this is an issue. We have an active port in Ocean City. We have a lot of commercial fishermen and private people who are worried that when they construct these huge offshore windmills off the coast of Maryland, that in fact Coast Guard search and rescue operations will be harmed. So I'm going to ask to enter into the record a U.S. Naval Institute study on offshore wind energy, a rising challenge to Coast Guard operations, that indicates the potential effects of these on search and rescue missions, clearly an important part of what the Coast Guard does, and clearly, preserving life and limb in the maritime environment should be one of the first things the government does before it expends huge amounts of money on offshore wind, a very expensive source of energy, but that's a discussion for a different agency. I also want to ask if you could follow up with the Coast Guard. There's a November 25, 2019 letter, which again I'll ask to be entered into the record, signed by the Director, Captain Jennifer Williams, Director of Marine Transportation System, acting U.S. Coast Guards, where she suggests that ongoing studies are being done. This is now 4.5 years ago, with regards to the safety of offshore wind vis-a-vis search and rescue missions of the Coast Guard. Are you aware whether or not that determination has been made, whether it's been safe?
I'd be pleased to follow up with you, Congressman.
Thank you very much. And again, I ask that be entered into the record. And I yield back.
The objection and all exhibits are admitted without objection. Should the members desire, proceed with the second round, 3 minutes? Okay. Recognizing myself. Congress provided more than $5.8 billion for the border wall, but your agency continues to waste money appropriated in FY 2020 and 2021 explicitly for barrier construction on everything but the actual construction of the wall. This administration finally admitted that the FY 2019 funds were not spent on the wall as Congress intended. They would be breaking the law. As a result of the lawsuit, you can no longer waste additional money on make-safe projects and other non-wall constructions. Why won't this administration follow the clear and unambiguous intent of Congress and build additional miles of wall with the roughly $600 million left in the wall account?
Mr. Chairman, I won't speak to the Texas court decision because that is a matter of ongoing litigation, but let me assure you that we do comply with the law. As a matter of fact, because of our understanding of the legal imperative, we approved the construction of 17 miles of wall. We did that last year. In addition, I have approved, I believe it is 129. I may have the exact number inaccurately, but I believe I am right. 129 gates and gap closures and reforms. And so we are complying with the law, but we continue to believe that technology is a far more advanced capability that we need to invest in to ensure the security of our border.
On my trips to the border, sir, I've seen wall parts stacked, not being constructed. So I'm wondering just how much money it costs the department to cancel those contracts midstream when taking into account additional work that needs to be done, such as stabilizing roads, drainage, and other mitigation efforts.
Mr. Chairman, forgive me, Mr. Chairman.
Fair enough.
Pleased to provide you with the figures you've requested.
Thank you. Now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Cuellar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've been to Texas. You've seen the border wall, the levee walls that we have up there. When somebody's asking for asylum, don't they all have to do is just touch the riverbank?
Once they step on United States soil, Ranking Member Cuellar, they have a lawful right to claim asylum.
And since we have a 1,200-mile river, the fences that we have are not in the middle of the river, which is really the international boundary. They're not at the riverbanks, but they're actually a quarter mile or even longer away, correct?
In certain places, that is indeed correct.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you, according to the numbers that I've seen from y'all, most of the drugs that we have coming in are coming through ports of entry. Meth, cocaine, fentanyl, up to 94% are coming through ports of entry. Is that correct?
With respect to the southern border, yes, that is correct. I believe it is our data, our intelligence and analysis demonstrate that approximately 90%, if not more, of the drugs entering the country through the border arrive through or smuggled in through the ports of entry.
So I certainly ask you that whatever monies that we added for technology, the non-intrusive, move on that as much as possible so we can have them not only at the ports of entry, but also in the Border Patrol checkpoints also. I would ask you to move those as soon as possible. And according to the U.S. Sentencing Commission, 86 to 87% of the people are smuggling drugs at the ports of entry or at the checkpoints are U.S. citizens, correct?
I'm not certain about the precise percentage, but I do understand that the data evidences that the majority are United States citizens.
The last numbers I saw were about 86, 87% U.S. citizens. Now, let me go back to, I'm a big believer in expedited, Title VIII expedited. What resources, I'll ask you again, like more asylum officers, space, do you need so we can do expedited removals under Title VIII?
Ranking Member Cuellar, in addition to additional legal authority, which we would have been provided under the bipartisan legislation, many more asylum officers, enforcement and removal officers in Immigration and Customs Enforcement, additional personnel, additional Customs and Border Protection personnel, additional facilities, and those are some of the highlights with respect to what we need. But underlying it is the additional legal authority that the bipartisan legislation would have delivered.
And we certainly want to provide to the funding. I just have to say this, Mr. Chairman. The two last appropriation bills where we added $1.4 billion to CBP, every single person on the other side of the aisle, except for two that are still in Congress, voted no for that extra money. This last appropriations bill, where we added the largest amount to CBP, I think less than half of the majority voted for funding. So we got to make sure that we all work together to do bipartisan funding to give you this. Now, the last question on expedited removal. Again, I believe in expedited removal, Title VIII. It was used very effectively when you were with the Obama administration under Secretary Jay Johnson. You said that the only way we can use CBP removal or Title VIII if they're under CBP custody. Would a monitoring system still be under CBP? And I guess you can't answer that, but I want you to think about it and go back to your attorneys to see if you can use Title VIII expedited removal because custody means probably under, ICE or CBP facility, but we do use monitoring, and I would ask you to see if you can look at that, whether that would be custody, which my opinion, I would say yes, and see if you can use Title VIII expedited removal. And again, anything that we can change the law, and I don't know what y'all are looking at, the executive order, but we do know that at the very beginning, a lot of those people don't qualify. They do not qualify, with all due respect. If they're hungry, they want a job, they want to come to the U.S. or the Chinese city on top of the hill, I understand that, but they don't qualify under the 5 persecution under asylum law. So we want to work with you, and we want to supportive. And again, you have a very difficult job. There are so many opinions here. You get attacked because you do too much, or you get attacked for not doing enough. But I do want to say, I want to thank you for your service, and I want to thank the men and women that work on your department. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Cuellar. We now recognize Mrs. Hinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, last year when you came before this subcommittee, I did ask you about concerning reports of Chinese nationals crossing our open border. I brought this concern to you directly, Mr. Secretary, because President Biden did not do anything to prevent this issue. It has become worse. And now Chinese nationals, as you may be aware, are the largest and fastest growing group attempting to cross into our country. But I am concerned that your testimony in your budget does not acknowledge that fact or directly do anything to address it. Is that correct?
Congresswoman, let me be clear. Number one, any individual who poses a threat to public safety or national security is a priority for detention, number one. Number two, for the first time, I had an engagement with my counterpart from the People's Republic of China to ensure that China would begin to accept removal flights so that we can deliver a consequence regime for individuals from the People's Republic of China who do not have a legal basis to remain.
What was the outcome of that conversation?
Who do not have a legal basis to remain in the United States, and those discussions are ongoing. And we actually did effect one flight most recently, the first time in a number of years.
Unfortunately, we have to judge the Chinese Communist Party based upon their actions and not their words. We know just recently 2 Chinese nationals were arrested in Iowa on a nationwide fraud case they were involved in. One of them was believed to have crossed the southwest border and was released into the country, and they made their way to Iowa and joined in this national fraud activity. And I know Iowans and Americans do deserve transparency and accountability for all of your department's actions, which have essentially alerted our adversaries our borders are wide open, allowing criminals to enter our country and make their way into Iowa. I don't think there's an excuse for having the same conversation 2 years in a row, and I'd like to see more stringent action from the administration concerning Chinese Communist Party nationals coming across our border. Another action I find distressing is that the administration is diverting a record number of federal air marshals to the southwest border to perform administrative duties. This leaves Americans unguarded on commercial flights. I spoke directly with the air marshals about the safety concerns posed by diverting them to the southern border, allowing for a shortage of air marshals on flights, denying them their sworn duty to protect Americans in the air. So, Mr. Secretary, you dance around calling the crisis at our southern border not only a humanitarian crisis, but a crisis. So if you do not see it as that, why are you deploying our federal air marshals, our FAMs, to the border and other law enforcement agencies to the border?
Congresswoman, I do understand the challenges at the border, and I certainly don't dance around them. As a matter of fact,
would you call it a crisis at the southern border?
Yes, I would. And as a matter of fact, I work every single day with the men and women in the Department of Homeland Security to only strengthen the security of our southern border as well as a northern border. And we deploy personnel from different parts of our department whenever the situation so warrants and the situation at the border so warrants.
When I look at my visits to the southern border, I've been twice. I had a chance to meet with the brave men and women at the CBP, as well as some ICE agents, but I was increasingly disturbed by how many you're pulling from other agencies, not just our FAMs, but also from TSA and FEMA. So I think that I'm pleased to hear you call it a crisis. I think it's the first time I've heard you publicly acknowledge it. But I think that we continue to put Americans' lives at risk by pulling these federal air marshals off of these flights, again, leaving them uncovered. I think that the federal air marshals certainly communicated to me that they've had enough of this. They see it as deception and harmful actions, so I'll continue working to prohibit the ability to deploy those necessary air marshals down to the border. They need to be back on flights, Mr. Secretary, until you, again, certify that the border is in a crisis state. So thank you so much for appearing before our committee today. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hinson. At this point, Mr. Guest, do you have any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayorkas, it was reported, Secretary Mayorkas, I apologize. It was reported in January of this year that at a meeting with Border Patrol agents that you said that the current rate of release for illegal immigrants apprehended at the southwest border is above 85%. One, did that conversation take place? And two, is that number accurate?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with that number, and I'm not certain to which conversation you refer. I have visited the border so very many times. Perhaps some additional details would guide me in responding to your question accurately.
Yes, sir. And I'll read from the article. It was a Fox News article. Headlines: Mayorkas tells Border Patrol agents that above 85% of illegal immigrants released in the United States. And it says that was published on January the 8th, 2024. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on Monday admitted to Border Patrol agents that the current rate of release for illegal immigrants apprehended at the southwest border is above 85%. Sources told Fox News. Mayorkas made the remarks when meeting privately with agents in Eagle Pass, Texas, according to 3 Border Patrol sources who were in the room and heard the remarks themselves.
Congressman, I'll be pleased to provide you with the data point, and certainly I don't view that article as a transcript.
Yeah, I guess my question is that figure of 85%, is it accurate?
I'll have to follow up with you, Congressman, and provide you with the data you request.
Well,
I don't have at my fingertips that data point.
So you're not disputing this article. You're not saying that number is artificially high. You're just saying at this point that you don't have that number here to either admit or deny the 85% that it was alleged there in the article.
I cannot confirm, and I will do so.
Mr. Secretary, we've in previous conversations discussed Title 42, Title 8. As we know, Title 42 expired in May of last year. We saw a brief dip in apprehensions late May, early June, and we saw the numbers rise significantly after that. We saw in December the number of apprehensions on both the northern and southern border were, if my numbers are correct, were roughly 370,000 immigrants who would have entered the country just in the month of December alone. And so if this number is accurate, if 85% of those individuals who are who attempt to enter are actually released into custody, that would put the number at roughly 315,000 just in December alone. And so these numbers to me are very troubling in that we seem to have a large number of immigrants continue to come in the country. After 42 expired, there were some conversations that you had testifying that you believe that once we began prosecuting immigrants under Title 8 versus Title 42, that we would see those numbers drop, because part of the argument under Title 42 was we were deporting immigrants back to their country of origin or back into Mexico, and they were then immediately returning back across the border with no consequences. And so now that 42 has expired and we're operating only under Title 8, I've not seen a decrease in the numbers whatsoever. If anything, we've seen those numbers increase. And so can you explain to me, now that 42 has expired and we don't have that revolving door of immigrants being apprehended, returned to Mexico, and then coming right back in the country, why we can't seem to get any relief, why we continue to see, as what you've referred to the first time I've ever heard you refer to it as a crisis. I've heard you repeatedly say this is not a crisis and that the border is secure. I think this is the first time that you've said that. I know that the President said that, I believe, in January, that not only did he say the border wasn't secure, he said that it hadn't been secure in a decade, which would have been there in the entire time in which he has been President, and including time in which he was Vice President in the Obama administration. And so now that 42 has expired, now that we're operating under Title 8, now that we're continuing to fund the Department of Homeland Security in amounts in excess that you asked for, what more do we need to do to be able to secure our border?
Congressman, first of all, it's not the first time I've used that terminology. I'd be pleased, we don't have the time right now, but I'd be pleased to explain to you why the numbers were as high as they were in December and why they are significantly lower since then. There are clear reasons for that. And what we need to strengthen the security of the border is to pass the bipartisan legislation that would provide us with the legal tools and the resources to address what everyone agrees is a broken immigration system. There has not been, in my time in the Department of Homeland Security, which is more than 10 years now, nor in my time in the federal government, which is approximately 22 years now, 12 of which were spent as a federal prosecutor, have I seen a proposal that is as tough on the border and to strengthen the security as this bipartisan piece of legislation.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Guest. I'd remind us, everyone on the panel here, that the second round is supposed to be 3 minutes, although our clock's showing up 5 minutes. So in order we can take care of everybody. And my sincere apologies to Ms. Underwood for skipping over her and trying to be unbiased here and making sure we have equal representation on both sides. Please, your next question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, who was the Secretary of Homeland Security on January 6, 2021?
January 6th of 2021 was that Acting Secretary Wolf, I believe.
Yes, sir. But you were not Homeland Security Secretary on that date.
No, I assumed office on February 2nd of 2021.
Yes, sir. Secretary Mayorkas, your tenure at the Department of Homeland Security has been historic in so many ways. You face so many challenges and a really complicated threat environment. And at the same time, during your tenure, DHS has seized over 43,000 pounds of fentanyl last year alone, ensured the safety and security of nearly 850 million travelers in 2023, which was a record-setting year in air travel. You've exceeded your goal of new hires for women in law enforcement. You've worked to keep our kids safe by identifying or rescuing over 11,000 child victims on online sexual exploitation and abuse. And yet, you faced unprecedented, vicious, and personal campaign against you and your staff at the Department of Homeland Security from my colleagues on the right, and even a baseless impeachment effort. DHS is charged with work that is both difficult and essential, keeping Americans safe. And I want to thank you for your commitment to doing that important job and doing it with the focus and care and attention that we expect of our leaders in this country. Thank you very much for your service, sir. I also just want to make a comment about the delayed processing times for immigration applications at the department, which has been a repeated concern from my constituents in Northern Illinois. Every day, our office hears more news about the delay in DACA renewals, work authorization for eligible migrants, and concerns about the naturalization process for those who are eligible. And, we encourage people to pursue legal means of immigration, but we must also ensure that our processes are timely and responsive throughout that process. So last year, DHS introduced an update to the Equity Action Plan, and in the update, there was a significant gap between the annual naturalization rate and the annual size of the population eligible to naturalize. And so in that report, there were some barriers that were mentioned. So lack of understanding of the naturalization process, real or perceived inability to meet the English language requirement, as well as the lack of ability to pay application fees. And I'm concerned that this means that migrants from non-English speaking countries, particularly migrants of color, are especially vulnerable to pitfalls in our process, in our naturalization process. And so would just ask that you direct USCIS to take a look at that naturalization gap for English and non-English speakers, and also take a look at what's going on with the DACA recipients. And we'll submit something really specific for the record. But if you can direct them to follow up with us, that would be really helpful. I yield back.
Ms. Underwood, now recognize Dr. Harris.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. First of all, just to follow up on the January 6th thing, you were the secretary while the investigation, congressional investigation went on, when the whole question of paid informants and embedded federal agents was brought up. Is that right?
Are you referring to the special committee and
the special quote bipartisan committee? That's what I thought. So you're well aware of the controversies involved with the idea of federal agents embedded or paid informants and the whole Ray Epps thing. All right, let me just clear up the 212F issue right now, because the president is the one who raised it now, because apparently he's going to issue some kind of executive order. And I'm assuming he had the same authority to issue that executive order 3 years ago before 9 million people entered the country. Is that right? I mean, he's going to issue it tomorrow, and the gentleman raised a perfectly valid question, like our laws didn't change in the past 3 years because Congress didn't do anything. God knows Congress didn't do anything on immigration. So I'm assuming we're operating under the same set of laws. So I just find it a little coincidental that, 7 months before an election where the president is down in the polls and immigration is the top issue, that the president gets religion on this. So has the feeling in the administration changed on 212F? Because we always asserted on our side of the aisle that the president had authority under 212F. We know because President Trump exerted the authority. So has the president sought your opinion on this? On his announcement last night, has the president sought the opinion of his secretary on this?
Congressman, let me share with you one fact, and that is,
sir, I only have 1 minute 10 seconds left. Did the president seek your opinion on his announcement last night that there is going to be executive order regarding his authorities under 212F?
That was not the president's announcement last night, number one.
Okay.
Number two, the prior.
Okay, on to the next question, because I'm not going to let you filibuster that. That was his announcement last night. It's reported in Axios, widely reported today. Now, my question was just, did he consult you? I think it's a simple question. I think you're being very evasive about it, and I'm going to leave it at that. Now, with regards to ICE detentions, in Montgomery County, Maryland, Montgomery County officials twice had a person who was issued detainers under ICE, twice released from prison, now charged with in the murder of a 2-year-old. Twice. What is this administration does to go to local jurisdictions and convince them to comply with detainers? Because as the gentleman from Texas indicated, the title of your department is Homeland Security. I would assume protecting Americans from illegal immigrants with detainer orders scheduled for deportation is something, who will go on to kill someone, is something the administration might be interested in having. So what are you doing to convince local jurisdictions like Montgomery County to actually cooperate, not be a sanctuary jurisdiction, and cooperate with detain orders to get these dangerous individuals off our streets?
Congressman, we continue to work with local jurisdictions to persuade them that when an individual poses a threat to public safety and the individual has a detainer placed on him or her, that they honor the detainer and not release the individual onto the streets, but rather turn the individual over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for continued detention. Mr. Chairman, may I have a 30-second privilege to answer, to respond
I'll ask
to
for the same 30-second privilege.
The prior administration executed what it believed to be its authority under 212F, and the courts enjoined it.
Claiming my 30 seconds, has the number of jurisdictions in the United States cooperating with the 287G program increased or decreased under this administration?
I am not aware of any increase, Congressman.
So you think it might have decreased, actually?
No, I stand by my statement. I stand by my statement.
Wow. If you can get me the details, I'd appreciate it, because for all the bluster about actually convincing local authorities to cooperate, the most obvious sign would be that the number of 287G local authorities increased. If the administration was doing anything about it, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, by statute, your agency as well as the Department of Labor administer the H-2A Agricultural Guest Worker Program. Based on recent DOL rulemakings that farmers across the country are burdened with, DOL appears to at least not understand or not fully appreciate the importance of the agricultural industry. I, for one, however, would like to believe that you do, that you understand the importance of growing healthy foods in the United States, which aligns with your agency's guiding principles and responsibility to preserve and uphold the nation's prosperity and economic security. So just real simply, do you believe that the ability of a nation to feed itself is inherently more secure than a nation that relies on imports to feed its citizens?
I do.
Good, thank you.
I am not an expert in that area, but I believe in the H-2A visa process, and in fact, we are expanding it throughout the hemisphere as a critical lawful pathway.
Let me ask you a little bit about that. Earlier this year, the USCIS finalized a new rule that would increase the cost to employers utilizing H-2A, among other programs. While I understand the purpose and the utility of a fee-based program, the need to update based on increased costs, the rule as finalized is overly burdensome and costly to our nation's producers. Not only did the general filing fee increase, but a $600 asylum program fee was added, requiring ag employers to pay for a program that they really don't receive any benefit from. Additionally, instead of just filling one form for all their workers, the final rule caps the number of employees that can be listed on each form at 25. There's no added benefit that I can see for this policy, and it only increases paperwork burdens and costs to ag employers. So now that the rule has gone into effect as of last week, we have some actual costs associated with this rule, and they far exceed the predicted indicated 20%, 26% increase that was anticipated. So a couple questions here. Do you expect producers to absorb this cost, or are they to pass them on to consumers? If producers are expected to absorb these costs, how do you expect them to stay in business? And if they're no longer in business, how do you and the administration plan to protect our food security when at the time that the majority of our foods served on our tables becomes imported from other countries?
Congressman, 2 points. Number one, I will allow experts to speak to the downstream economic implications of the fee rule that we were compelled to issue. I am very sensitive to the fact that additional costs were imposed on applicants, and I understand the burden that poses. But U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services was really with its back against the wall, having been driven almost to bankruptcy by the prior administration. The legislation provides that the fees that the agency charges are to be recalibrated according to costs. I believe it is every 2 years, and a fee rule hadn't been promulgated successfully for over 7. I believe my timeframes are correct. And so we had to make some very difficult decisions with respect to how to bring the agency to a point of financial stability, which it had been suffering financial instability for too long, which created backlogs in the administration of our legal immigration system. I will follow up with experts to address your more economic-centered questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Newhouse. My understanding is our ranking member, Henry Cuellar, would like to ask you one more question.
I just want to add, when I said CBP, I meant DHS custody, which means CBP and, of course, ICE. And I would ask you to please look at Title 8 expedited removal when they're under custody under DHS, whether that includes being detained, whether that includes monitoring, or even a system that allows them to check in if that is still custody. I'm just trying to see if we can do something where we can add funding for asylum officers and et cetera, to have you do more Title 8 expedited removal for the ones that don't qualify for asylum. So I would ask you to look into that.
And we most certainly will and have, Ranking Member Cuellar, and I know that this is an area of extensive litigation, but we will follow up so I can be more responsive to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Cuellar. And I would be remiss, since we're talking about finances here, since I thought this question would come up, but without addressing it directly with you, Mr. Secretary. After the horrific terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, one of your employees was exposed celebrating the attack online. It was later revealed that she previously worked for the Palestine Liberation Organization, or what's commonly known as the PLO, which has a very troublesome reputation, you'll agree. According to a public comment she made on LinkedIn as of 2 months ago, she was still getting paid by the department. Could you please set the record straight? Is this person still being paid by the Department of Homeland Security? And is the status of the investigation, what is the status of the investigation into her behavior?
Mr. Chairman, the individual is on administrative leave, not performing the duties or responsibilities for which she was hired. The investigation is ongoing, and I cannot speak any further about it because it is an ongoing personnel matter.
Can you give us a specific date on when this verdict is going to be reached as to her employment?
I am not in control of the investigation, but certainly I'll provide you with whatever details I'm permitted to do.
So as I understand you correctly, she's still on administrative leave and still being paid. What, you got to tell me, how many total employees at the department are under investigation for similar purposes after the terrorist attack on Israel after October 7th?
I personally am not aware of any other investigations, but to provide you with accurate information, I will follow up.
And have any changes been made to make sure that people of such character are not to be employed in your agency from here on out?
Individuals who are hired go through a clearance process in the Department of Homeland Security, Mr. Chairman.
I take it you'll be tightening up those clearance processes?
We review our hiring and retention processes on an ongoing basis. As a matter of fact, I'm meeting with leadership this Friday to address one aspect of them.
Well, first off, thank you to the members who are here today. I'd like to get back to the members who have submitted questions, of which you said you would go back and scrutinize your records and report back to them. And if you could do so within the next 15 business days, we'd be most appreciative. There may be some additional questions that members may come up with or provide in writing. We ask you to, again, provide those answers on a timely basis. I'd like to thank you for being here today, sir, and the subcommittee stands adjourned. Thank you. I got it. Can't knock my iced tea over.
In your testimony, you also note that in fiscal year 25, the budget request includes critical investments in the fight against fentanyl, specifically the non-intrusive inspection technology, and you mentioned that in your verbal testimony. Yet when I reviewed the budget justifications for that program, it says that the FY25 budget does not provide procurement funding for this investment, although it does request level funding for operations and support. I didn't see the roughly $300 million that purportedly is necessary to install the scanners used to detect drugs and other contraband that have been purchased and are sitting in a warehouse that are literally collecting dust as you and I are sitting here in this hearing room. This is something that just totally frustrates and concerns me. When I visited the border in Arizona just this last February, one of our own Border Patrol agents, in answer to my question, told me this directly. We do not control the border. The cartels control the border. The cartels determine who, when, and where people cross our border. Even more concerning, a local resident told me that him and his neighbors don't even lock their doors anymore because smugglers, illegal migrants, they come through the area, break into homes, take whatever they want. They steal clothing, they steal food. People have resorted to just leaving stuff out on their patios and leaving their doors unlocked to try to prevent the damage of people breaking in. I think that's just, to have fellow citizens going through that on a daily basis, to me, is unconscionable. This fentanyl epidemic, it's fueled through the southwest border. Over 50% comes through Arizona alone. Why can the department justify this? Tell me, are you working with Mexican authorities to do what I see two important things? Stop fentanyl precursors from coming from Mexico, and number two, prevent waves of migrants from physically rushing the border. What are some of the specific and tangible actions?
Congressman, I'll answer very briefly in the limited time we have, but I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you outside of this hearing to talk about the work that we are doing with Mexico, both in the fight against fentanyl and to ensure that individuals who seek to arrive at our border are interdicted before they reach our border. but we are working very closely with Mexico, and not only with Mexico, to interdict the flow of precursor chemicals, as well as the pill presses and other equipment used to manufacture fentanyl into this hemisphere. And I will share with you, I share your concern, Congressman Newhouse, because for 12 years I was a federal prosecutor battling the trafficking in substances as serious as cocaine and black tar heroin, and we've seen nothing like the toxicity and fatality of fentanyl, and we have to battle it together. And this is a scourge that has been growing for years. I believe it was in 2020 that there were 57,000 overdose deaths. This is not a new phenomenon. It is a years-long phenomenon, and we need to work together to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now you back.
Thank you, Mr. Newhouse. We now recognize Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Secretary, the discretionary budget this year is $62.2 billion. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And the request last year was $60.4 billion as it relates to discretionary spending. Is that correct?
I believe so, Congressman.
You stated in your opening statement that there was an insufficient budget, that we were not giving you the funds necessary for you to be able to carry out your job and the men and women who serve under you. Last year, you requested $60.4 billion, and Congress appropriated $61.8 billion. So we actually appropriated more money than you asked for. When you look at what you're asking for this year versus what we appropriated last year, those numbers are very similar. There is not a huge discrepancy between $62.2 and $61.8 billion. And as I look through the individual items that you requested, one of the things that Ms. Henson brought up were detention beds. Congress this year funded 41,500 detention beds, but yet you're only requesting 34,000 detention beds. And you also referenced the Senate bill. In the Senate bill, you said the Senate bill, which never passed out of the Senate, but was a bill in which they were debating as part of the overall funding package, you said would have funded 50,000 detention beds. And I'm assuming you supported the Senate bill, did you not?
Oh, I hope you would have as well, Congressman.
Well, if it would have come over here, I would have been happy to have looked at it, but unfortunately, it never made it out of the Senate, so the House did not have a chance to review the legislation. So do you support then the 50,000 detention beds that would have been in the Senate bill?
In the context of the bipartisan Senate bill, yes.
All right, but yet you're asking for some 16,000 less detention beds and actually 7,500 less detention beds than we currently fund. And you talk about expedited removal, and you say that people who are in detention often have expedited removal. And so if the intent is to those individuals who don't need to be here, to remove them from the country sooner rather than later, and we know about the immigration courts and the backlog and all the problems that we face, putting people in detention expedites their removal from the country generally, does it not?
Congressman, a few things. Number one, remember that when we fund detention beds, we also have to fund personnel. It is part of a...
Do you need more money for personnel? I want to know what you need to fund more detention beds, because to me it seems asinine, Mr. Secretary, that we're going to ask for less detention beds when we see a record surge in immigration, when we see a record number of orders of removal that have been issued by the court, but yet we're saying that we don't need detention beds if we're going to, one, prevent people from coming into the country, or if we're not going to prevent them once they're here and once there is a final disposition of their case, if we're going to seek to remove them. Okay. And I'm very concerned about that fact. I'm very concerned that you're asking not only for less than we funded this year, but you're asking for substantially less than the Senate bill, which you said that you agreed with.
Congressman, a few points. Number one, as I articulated earlier, our fiscal year 25 budget request was submitted before Congress passed the fiscal year 2024 budget.
What number do you need? Is 34,000, is that the number that you need right now?
We are committed to working with Congress to sustain the 41,500 beds that
Well,
Congress funded.
if that's the number, why didn't you put that in your budget? Why are you substantially underselling the number of detention beds and then making Congress come in and bump those numbers up? If those are the numbers you need, if those are the appropriate numbers, Mr. Secretary, I would ask that you put those numbers actually in your budget and that you ask Congress to fund that. And that you don't expect us that we're just going to plus up those numbers, and so you leave those numbers artificially low. Now, one last thing, and I know my time is running short, so in an effort to make sure that I save time for other members, Fox News is reporting that there is going to be a possible executive order issued by the president. This says to shut down the border by the end of the month. Are you aware, are you in any discussions with the president about executive orders that would relate to border security and or immigration?
Congressman, we are consistently evaluating what options are available to us. We do that on a regular basis. I will share with you that executive action, which is inevitably challenged in the courts, is no substitute for enduring solution, if I may, for the enduring solution of legislation that will fix what everyone agrees is a broken immigration system.
And as a secretary, do you believe that the president has the power to issue executive orders that would deal with border security and or immigration?
We have actually implemented executive orders by way of very critical and effective regulations, and I would be pleased to speak with you about those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. We now recognize Dr. Harris.
Thank you very much. And first at the top, I want to make sure that you convey my thanks to the Coast Guard for what they're doing in the Port of Baltimore. Their response was tremendous. I mean, getting that port reopened is important. Obviously, it's a multi-agency effort. Coast Guard is playing a very important role, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers. So I want to convey my thanks.
Thank you, Congressman. I will do so.
I'm going to ask you a question that has come up because the FBI director has testified before Congress that he wasn't certain whether or not there were undercover operatives, FBI operatives, working on January 6th in the crowd. But an undercover journalist with Sound Investigations released a video you may be aware of in the last 2 days of a CIA official, former FBI member, actually saying, yes, there were. So I'm going to ask you a simple question. Were there undercover officers or agents from the Department of Homeland Security or paid informants in the crowd on January 6th?
Congressman, I don't know the answer to that question. I will follow up with you.
Wow is all I can say. Was Ray Epps a paid informant?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with those facts. I'd be very pleased to get them to you.
Thank you very much. And is it the policy of the Department of Homeland Security, because I understand it is the policy of the FBI to actually have undercover individuals at these events to kind of keep them in control, to allow people to peacefully exert their First Amendment rights while kind of, calling attention to people who might interfere with that. So is it the policy of the Department of Homeland Security to have undercover agents or officers or paid informants at events like that?
Events like?
Like a large protest somewhere. Where people attempt to exert their First Amendment rights.
Congressman, that is not where we focus our undercover.
Okay, but if you get the answers to me on the other one, I'd appreciate that about January 6th, whether or not you had agents there. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the OIG. The OIG has complained that they attempt to get things from the Department of Homeland Security. I'm going to ask this letter to Chairman Green from January 17th from the OIG to be entered into the record, where she points out that the department over the past few years has used the excuse of the Privacy Act and the Presidential Records Act to withhold information from the OIG. Now, the purpose of the OIG, as you know, is Congress. We think the OIGs are important to keep an eye on the individual departments, and we would hope that the departments would always cooperate with their OIGs, because otherwise it looks a little suspicious. So do you agree that the Privacy Act and the Presidential Records Act, in fact, do not affect the ability of the department to transfer information to the OIG?
Congressman, let me assure you that we cooperate fully with the Office of Inspector General, and we also appreciate the importance of the Inspector Generals in making sure our department is as efficient and effective as it can be.
Is your Inspector General Joseph Kafari?
Yes, he is.
But in this letter, he says you're not cooperating.
And
So I'll enter in, Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like that entered into the record.
Congressman, I respectfully disagree with the Inspector General.
Well, that's why we have Inspector Generals to actually keep an eye on the departments. And we expect when the department is doing something that they want to cover up, that they're not going to cooperate with the Inspector General. And then they're going to claim that they cooperate with the Inspector General. That's our cop on the beat. That's our cop on the beat, watching the cops on the beat. Okay?
Congressman, assuredly, you are speaking of a department different than ours when you characterize that type of behavior.
That's not what the letter kind of indicates. Anyway, the last thing I want to talk about in the last remaining minute is the effect of offshore wind on search and rescue missions for the Coast Guard, because this is an issue. We have an active port in Ocean City. We have a lot of commercial fishermen and private people who are worried that when they construct these huge offshore windmills off the coast of Maryland, that in fact Coast Guard search and rescue operations will be harmed. So I'm going to ask to enter into the record a U.S. Naval Institute study on offshore wind energy, a rising challenge to Coast Guard operations, that indicates the potential effects of these on search and rescue missions, clearly an important part of what the Coast Guard does, and clearly preserving life and limb in the maritime environment should be one of the first things the government does before it expends huge amounts of money on offshore wind, a very expensive source of energy, but that's a discussion for a different agency. I also want to ask if you could follow up with the Coast Guard. There's a November 25, 2019 letter, which again I'll ask to be entered into the record, signed by the Director, Captain Jennifer Williams, Director of Marine Transportation System, acting U.S. Coast Guards, where she suggests that ongoing studies are being done. This is now 4.5 years ago, with regards to the safety of offshore wind vis-a-vis search and rescue missions of the Coast Guard. Are you aware whether or not that determination has been made, whether it's been safe?
I'd be pleased to follow up with you, Congressman.
Thank you very much. And again, I ask that be entered into the record. And I yield back.
The objection and all exhibits are admitted without objection. Should the members desire, proceed with the second round, 3 minutes. Okay. Recognizing myself. Congress provided more than $5.8 billion for the border wall, but your agency continues to waste money appropriated in FY 2020 and 2021 explicitly for barrier construction on everything but the actual construction of the wall. This administration finally admitted that the FY 2019 funds were not spent on the wall as Congress intended. They would be breaking the law. As a result of the lawsuit, you can no longer waste additional money on make safe projects and other non-wall constructions. Why won't this administration follow the clear and unambiguous intent of Congress and build additional miles of wall with the roughly $600 million left in the wall account?
Mr. Chairman, I won't speak to the